Chapter 699. Shui Rui and Yin Yuanrong were the eldest grandson of the right Prime Minister and the eldest grandson of the left Prime Minister. Because they were of similar age, they were often compared to each other ever since they entered school. In addition, Zhu Qingjue, the only son of the Prime Minister, was a young talent from illustrious families. In the end, one became a civil official, the other a military general, and the other went to the Imperial Academy of Medicine. Shui Rui and Zhu Qingjue did not see eye to eye with each other and did not have a good relationship with Yin Yuanrong. There was no other reason but that when they were young and impetuous, they both loved romantic pursuits and beauties. It was inevitable that they would bump into each other. When one won the favor of a beauty, the other was naturally dissatisfied. A quarter of an hour ago, Yin Yuanrong was in the brothel trying to curry favor with the newly promoted courtesan queen. He was extremely unhappy when he was disturbed, but when he heard the whole story, he immediately abandoned the beauty and rushed over. On the way here, he asked about the cause of the incident in detail. When he entered the fragrant grass pavilion and saw Yin Yuanbo lying at Shui Rui's feet with his face covered in blood, he did not feel angry that his own family had been bullied. Instead, he cursed inwardly, "You can't do anything right, yet you dare to scheme against me." Speaking of which, Yin Yuanrong did not take it to heart when he saw Yu Shu's disheveled appearance at the assistant minister's residence that day. He had encountered this kind of situation many times. The girl did not ask him to take responsibility, so he would not look for trouble. If Yin Yuanbo had not revealed this matter, he would have almost forgotten about it. Brother Yuanrong. When Yin Yuanbo saw Yin Yuanrong, it was as if he had seen a life-saving straw. "You're finally here. Great young Master Shui wants to sue me for insulting an official of the imperial court, but I didn't. You have to testify for me. I didn't lie to slander that Yu Lianfang. She was the one who behaved inappropriately. Tell me, on my mother's birthday, did Yu Lianfang take off her clothes in my family's wing room and let us see her?" He was not good at reading other people's expressions and thought that Yin Yuanrong would not watch him suffer. However, he did not see that third Master Yin wanted to stuff his mouth with feces. This time, Shui Rui did not stop Yin Yuanbo's nonsense. After he finished complaining, he said to Yin Yuanrong, "Today, I happened to come to the opera and saw your younger brother spouting nonsense in public, slandering the officials of the imperial court." His words were vulgar and the victim was the female imperial official of the Imperial Celestial Bureau, Yu Shu, a fifth-rank official who was appointed by His Majesty as the female envoy of Miaoling. This matter was of great importance. However, I saw and heard it with my own eyes, so I arrested him on the spot. Rui didn't expect that he would not repent. Yuanqiu. You. And he did. Yuan and Minister, Minister, Emperor, Minister, Minister. Shui Rui avoided the main point and dwelled on the trivial. With just a few sentences, he made the audience's attention shift from the female emissary Miao Ling is a woman with loose manners to Yin clan's young master is slandering an official of the imperial court. Yin master family Yudo Minister Yang, to Yin, Master Yin Iman Yin, Yuan, Yin was. Yin. To Minister to Minister Yen. He was flirtatious, but not vulgar. Sure enough, Yin Yuanrong frowned after he finished speaking and pretended to be ignorant. He shook his head and said, "I'm really muddle-headed. I've only heard of the Miss you guys are talking about, but I've never seen her." Shui Rui's eyes flickered as he nodded and said, "That makes things easier. It seems like young Master Yin made it up." Yin Yuanbo was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why Yin Yuanrong would lie through his teeth. Instead of helping his own brother, he was defending an outsider. "Brother Yuanrong, think about it carefully. How could you have never seen her before?" Yin Yuanbo hurriedly got up and wiped the blood off his face. "That day when you and I were together, both of us saw it. She was the one who deliberately seduced you, did you forget?" Shui Rui was almost amused by him when he heard this. The grandchildren of Minister Ian are really a mix of good and bad. At any rate, Ian Yuanrong has a brain, yet this person on the ground is stupid to the point of being comparable to a pig. If Ian Yuanrong really did see Yu Shu in a daze, what good would it do him? He would just make an enemy and smear his own reputation. Would Ian Yuanrong disregard everything just to save his younger cousin who used him as a laughingstock? It was obvious that Third Master Ian wasn't a true gentleman who repaid evil with good. It was already good enough that he didn't hit him when he was down. Yuanbua, did you drink too much? Are you talking nonsense? Ian Yuanrong was good at playing dumb. He glared at him with an unhappy expression. I'll say it again, I don't know that Yu Lianfang. I've never seen her before. Who knows if she's round or flat? Ian Yuanbo finally understood that Ian Yuanrong wouldn't help him. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only keep talking. With his bloody face, he looked like he was possessed. You've clearly seen her before, you've clearly seen her before. The people around them didn't feel sympathy for him. Instead, they all felt disdain and vaguely displeased. What was going on? It was all a lie. Ian Yuanrong sighed heavily, and then he cupped his hands to Shui Rui and said, Brother Shui, Yuanbua is my cousin brother. Even though he was in the wrong first, I can't stand by idly. I think he drank too much and spoke rudely in a moment of confusion. You're a magnanimous person. Don't argue with him. Otherwise, let's forget about today's matter. I'll send him home later and ask my second uncle to discipline him strictly so he won't come out and cause trouble again. What do you think? At the end of the day, they were all from the Yin family. If Ian Yuanbo was arrested and sent to the Supreme Court for slandering an official of the Imperial Court, it would be the Yin family's reputation that would be ruined. Ian Yuanrong could watch him die, but he couldn't let him ruin his family's reputation. Therefore, when he heard that something had happened to Hengwu Building, he rushed over eagerly. He didn't even want the beauty lying by his pillow. Ian Yuanrong had thought it through. He had cooperated with Shui Rui previously. Now that he had given in, Shui Rui should let Ian Yuanbo off. Who knew that Shui Rui had no intention of letting the matter rest? He was really angry today. Otherwise, Ian Yuanbo wouldn't have seen blood from that cup. From the moment he made his move, he didn't think that he would be able to get away with it. Brother Ian, you don't have to blame yourself. This matter has nothing to do with you. You're also innocent and implicated. Shui Rui closed his Mujiang fan and stood up. He glanced at Ian Yuanbo, who was still lying on the ground. He turned to meet Ian Yuanrong's gaze and cupped his hands. The Supreme Court has never been biased when investigating cases. It's true that Ian Yuanbo slandered an official of the Imperial Court in public. I want to bring him back to the Supreme Court to be sentenced. Sorry for offending you. With that, he put the fan into his bosom and nodded towards a corner on the second floor. He then picked up Ian Yuanbo, who was on the ground, and flicked the numbing acupoint on the back of his neck before Ian Yuanbo could struggle. He dragged Ian Yuanbo toward the door. Today, at Lu Tan's invitation, Shui Rui only brought 2 attendants with him. They were waiting outside Hengwu Building. He couldn't wait to call them in and personally took Ian Yuanbo away. Ian Yuanrong's expression became utterly unsightly when he saw this scene. He hesitated and didn't stop Shui Rui because he understood Shui Rui's character. If Ian Yuanrong were to stop Shui Rui, then Shui Rui might drag Shui Rui into the Supreme Court as well. Shui Rui walked to the door and paused. He said to Jing Chen, I'll go first. What about you? Jing Chen said, I'll go with you. On the second floor, Lu Tan, who had been standing in the dark and watching the commotion for a while, saw Shui Rui and Jing Chen leave together. He stood there thoughtfully for a while, then turned and returned to Chaste and Cypress Building. Today's incident was not a coincidence. Ian Yuanbo slandered Yu Shu. There was definitely someone behind it. What was the purpose of that person? Was it purely to ruin Yushu's reputation? Shui Rui brought Yin Yuanbo back to the Supreme Court. He didn't wait until the next day and interrogated him that very night. Jing Chen listened on the side and didn't leave. Who ordered you to slander the Celestial Commissioner's female imperial official, Yushu? Today's scene in Hengwu Building and Fragrant Grass Pavilion was obviously deliberately arranged by someone. Someone in the crowd echoed Yin Yuanbo's words, intending to ruin Yushu's reputation. Yin Yuanbo didn't have the brains, so who could it be? Shui Rui swiftly went through them in his heart, and he had a few candidates. Thus, even though Yin Yuanbo intentionally concealed it, he was unable to avoid Shui Rui's repeated questioning, and merely the expression on Yin Yuanbo's face was able to allow Shui Rui to confirm that it was the mastermind. Unsurprisingly, it was Ning Wang, Lu Hao. Shui Rui wasn't as angry as imagined. He calmly analyzed Ning Wang's thoughts and came to a conclusion. Ning Wang plotted against Yushu not just to ruin Yushu's reputation. In the case of the headless imperial envoy, Ning Wang tried to assassinate Yushu because he was wary of Yushu's ability to determine a person's life and death. He was worried that the truth of the 10th princess's death would be calculated by her, so his first thought was to silence her. In the end, he didn't succeed. Ning Wang was instead harmed and was involved in this murder case. He was grounded by Emperor Zhao Qing. One plan didn't work, but Ning Wang didn't give up. He had another plan. Since he couldn't kill Yushu, he had to think of a way to subdue her. Thinking about it, if Lu Tan hadn't had the interest to invite them to Hengwu Building to watch the show today, and they hadn't been able to stop this farce, Yin Yuanbo could have successfully spread the rumor to the point where everyone knew that Yushu had tried to seduce Yin Yuanrong. At that time, Yushu wouldn't have any innocence to speak of. Ning Wang only needed to convince Yin Yuanrong to marry Yushu, and maybe ask the emperor to appoint a marriage. Then a scandal would become a happy event. Yushu was in a dilemma. She couldn't resist the imperial decree and could only agree. Yin Yuanrong had married a foreign a long time ago, but she had died of illness 2 years ago. The Yin family might not want Yushu as a daughter-in-law, but if Yin Yuanrong insisted, she could be his second wife. The Yin family was Ning Wang's outer family. In order to help him obtain the throne, it wasn't difficult for them to make this little concession. When Yushu became Yin Yuanrong's wife, Lu Hao's goal would be achieved. After Shui Rui thought it through, the anger in his heart calmed down a lot. Ning Wang had calculated everything, but he hadn't calculated that Yushu had a special identity. It was destined that she couldn't marry anyone casually, and it was even more impossible for her to become the daughter-in-law of the Yin family. Thinking of this, he suddenly sighed with some bitterness. If others couldn't get her, how could he be with her openly? Brother Shui, did you find out? Who was the one who ordered him to slander Xiaoyu? Jing Chen wasn't as knowledgeable as Shui Rui. After listening for a while in confusion, he still didn't know who the culprit was. Shui Rui was vexed and didn't intend to explain much to Jing Chen. He looked coldly at Yin Yuanbo, who was lying in a ball on the ground. Holding the red brush, he lightly ticked on the confession he had recorded and said to the official, "Note, Yin Yuanbo, a member of the gentry, slandered an official of the court in public. After this official found out, according to the criminal law, he will be punished with 50 strokes of the rod, immediately. 50 strokes of the rod, not one less." It was definitely a severe punishment. Hearing this, Yin Yuanbo shuddered. Evil rose from the bottom of his heart, and he yelled at Shui Rui, "Shui Daolang. How dare you? My grandfather is the current prime minister, and my father is the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. You deliberately wanted to kill me. If something happened to me, they would never forgive you." Shui Rui was unmoved. A cold smile floated on his lips, and he said, "Don't worry, I won't beat you to death." Chapter 700. Yin Yuanrong couldn't stop Shui Rui from taking Yin Yuanbo away, nor could he go back to his gentle home as if nothing had happened. After Shui Rui and Jing Chen left, he hurried to his second uncle's assistant minister's mansion. Yin Zhorong and his wife were asleep. Hearing the announcement outside, Assistant Minister Yin asked someone to come in and light the lamp. Yin Dengshi sat up unhappily and muttered, "It's midnight. What's so important that it can't wait until tomorrow?" Yin Zhorong said, "You don't need to get up. Go back to sleep. I'll go see what happened to Yuanrong." At this time, the steward on night duty outside the door leaned against the window and said anxiously, "Master, madam, get up quickly. It seems that something happened to the third young master and he was taken away by the officials." "What?" Yin Dengshi suddenly woke up. In less than 10 minutes, the couple finished cleaning up and rushed to the front yard one after the other. They saw Yin Yuanrong and listened to him briefly explain the situation. Yuanbo drank too much in Hengwu Mansion and said some nonsense in public. He insulted a female official of the Celestial Commissioner and was seen by the Shaoqing of the Supreme Court, Shui Rui. He concluded that he insulted an official and despised the court, so he took him to the Supreme Court for interrogation. He was very careful in what he said. He didn't mention the details and drew a clear line to avoid being entangled in the current situation. Yin Dengshi was furious when she heard this, but it wasn't because Yin Yuanbo had caused trouble outside. How can he arrest someone just because he said so? Is there any law? Yin Yuanrong secretly rolled his eyes and thought that a loving mother would spoil her son. Yin Yuanbo had become an ignorant and incompetent bastard, all thanks to his second aunt. What was the law? As the junior chancellor of the Supreme Court, Shui Rui did indeed have the authority to issue punishments. It was perfectly justifiable for him to arrest someone. This time, Yin Yuanbo fell into Shui Rui's hands. "Yuanrong, he is your younger brother. Are you going to watch him be arrested and not do anything?" Yin Dengshi was so angry that she didn't choose her words carefully. "All right, stop talking." Yin Zhorong was the one who kept his composure. He stopped his wife, who was getting angry at Yin Yuanrong, and apologized to Yin Yuanrong. "Your second aunt is confused. Don't listen to her nonsense. You said that Yuanbo was taken to the Supreme Court by the Shui family. How long ago was it?" Yin Yuanrong didn't take Yin Deng seriously at all, so he didn't argue with her. Facing Yin Zhorong, who could still keep his composure, he kindly reminded him, "Around an hour has passed. Second uncle, quickly follow me to the Supreme Court of Justice to look for him. If we delay for too long, then I'm afraid Yuanbo will suffer." How could Shui Rui be easy to deal with? Uncharacteristically, Shui Rui didn't give him any face at all and took Yin Yuanbo away with an unyielding attitude. Yin Yuanrong knew that the situation wasn't good, and there was an 80% chance that Yin Yuanbo had already been tortured. Yin Dengshi Deng hurriedly said, "Zhorong, master, Yuanbo, Yuanrong, send someone to the Prime Minister's mansion and ask father to help. No matter what, Yuanbo must be brought back. How can he stay in a place like the Supreme Court?" "Nonsense," Yin Zhorong glared at her, "it's just a small matter. It's not good to disturb father. Wait at home and don't make trouble for me." Then he turned and ordered the servants to prepare horses. He didn't even set up a carriage and rushed to the Supreme Court's yamen with Yin Yuanrong. However, they were too late in the end. Yin Yuanbo had already received the full 50 strokes of the cane and was beaten half to death. Shui Rui threw him into the prison that was temporarily used to hold suspects. After dealing with this matter, Shui Rui didn't leave. He knew that Yin Yuanrong wouldn't leave, so he waited for people to come to him. Yin Zhorong was polite and bowed to Shui Rui, who was of the same rank as him, and said, "Lord Shui, may I ask where my son is now? Can I see him for a moment?" He didn't mention Yin Yuanbo's mistake because he wanted to see him first, ask about the cause and effect, and then think of a way to get his son out. Shui Rui was also very polite and returned the greeting. He glanced at Yin Yuanrong, who was in the background, and said sternly, "Your son has publicly fabricated rumors and framed officials of the imperial court. He has already pleaded guilty. Moreover, he doesn't have any scholarly honors, so his crime is even more serious. I've already given him 50 strokes and put him in prison. He can only be released after a month. If Lord Yin wants to see him, go to the Yamen to register tomorrow morning and then visit him in prison." Yin Zhorong was dumbfounded. He never expected things to turn out like this. Speaking of which, who hadn't scolded an official these days? There were even people who scolded the emperor. Scolding an official was a crime. It wasn't a big deal, but it wasn't a small one either. It all depended on the court's judgment. The most serious punishment was 50 strokes of the rod and a month in prison. When he came back to his senses, Yin Zhorong felt angry. He couldn't help but point at Shui Rui and interrogate him. "You didn't go to court to interrogate the case, and you didn't have any evidence to prove my son's crime. Do you know that this is called private punishment? Aren't you afraid that I'll report you to the Imperial Censorate?" Yin Yuanrong turned his head away, not having the heart to continue listening. Shui Rui's expression was solemn. He said, "Lord Yin is too serious. As the Shaoqing of the Supreme Court, I have the authority to order punishment at any time. Tonight, when I saw your son's crime, I interrogated him on the spot. I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. Both the witness and the material evidence are true. Here is a confession. You can take a look at it." As he said this, he took Yin Yuanbu's confession from the table, including the words he used to scold Yu Shu in Henwu Mansion and the story of Yu Shu seducing Yin Yuanrong at Lady Yin's birthday banquet. Shui Rui clearly recorded every word. Halfway through, Yin Zhorong's face turned green. He didn't dare to turn his head to look at Yin Yuanrong's expression. Shui Rui added fuel to the fire. In reality, the person Yin Yuanbo framed was the female celestial commissioner, Yu Shu. After the Land and Water Conference, she received His Majesty's grace and was conferred the title of Messenger Miaoling. But she was insulted by your son. It is enough to show contempt for His Majesty's grace. I have already given him a light sentence. Otherwise, you, Lord Yin, would not be able to absolve yourself from the blame for his disobedient words and deeds. Who had given Yu Shu the title? It had been given by the emperor himself. Those who had been immersed in the officialdom for many years could see that Yu Shu's thunderous reputation was just to correct Emperor Zhao Qing's reputation as a holy ruler. Whoever wanted to ruin her reputation would be going against Emperor Zhao Qing. So Ning Wang had cleverly chosen Yin Yuanbo as a sacrificial pawn. An unremarkable young master of the Yin family, even if he made a big fuss, he could be abandoned at any time. Contempt for His Majesty's grace was a big hat. Yin Zhorong couldn't even take it and immediately became listless. Clutching the confession, he didn't dare to clamor to accuse Shui Rui of dereliction of duty. Yin Yuanrong clicked his tongue. Standing behind his second uncle, he glared at Shui Rui. Shui Dalong, you've gone too far. Shui Rui slightly twisted the corners of his mouth at him and his tone eased. But rest assured, Lord Yin. In my opinion, your son had a momentary slip of the tongue and had no intention of disobedience. I will let it go. But the crime of him framing an official of the imperial court is absolutely true and cannot be shirked. Yin Zhorong had a belly full of anger and nowhere to vent it. He stiffly said to Shui Rui, I lost my composure just now. Lord Shui, please don't blame me. Since you are handling this case impartially, I have nothing else to say. Farewell. He knew that he wouldn't be able to get a favor from Shui Rui, so he didn't linger and immediately left the Supreme Court to find another way to save Yin Yuanbo. Yin Yuanrong stayed behind. Since Yin Zhorong had left, he couldn't be bothered to put on an act. He mocked and ridiculed Shui Rui. Lord Shui is truly angered by a beauty. If that you knew that you were willing to offend the Yin family for her, I guarantee that she would be dead set on you and devote herself to you. Shui Rui put away the confession and sneered, other than male thieves and female prostitutes, is there nothing good in your mind? Everyone knows that Yu Shu is my adopted sister, but there are people who are blind enough to target her. You're smart this time and didn't get involved in this mess. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Yin Yuanrong angrily said after being looked down on, I helped you, but you're still accusing me. If I had known earlier, I would have admitted to seeing Miss Yu. Let's see how you deal with this. Shui Rui paused and suddenly turned his head to look at him. What did you say? You've seen her. He had never heard Yu Shu mention it, so he originally thought that Yin Yuanbo was just making it up. Could there be more to it? Yin Yuanrong didn't notice that the atmosphere was strange and said, Yin Yuanbo isn't really lying. Yin Yuanbo didn't really lie. It was my second aunt's birthday that day, and I was dragged out to drink with them. Then Yin Yuanbo tricked me into going to his backyard, where I saw your adopted sister hiding in a side room with disheveled clothes. Later, my second aunt came, and everyone wanted to keep the peace, so they didn't spread the news. Your adopted sister isn't stupid. It was obvious that my second aunt wanted to matchmake her with Yin Yuanbo, but I ruined her plans. She was right not to make a fuss. TSK, in fact, I didn't see clearly. She just took off her outer clothes, and inside, before he could finish speaking, the wind in front of him moved. Yin Yuanrong reacted quickly and leaned back, but he still couldn't avoid Shui Rui's long fist, which hit his chin. Ah! Yin Yuanrong took 2 steps back in pain and tasted blood in his mouth. He held his chin and stared in disbelief at Shui Rui, who had pulled back his fist. Are you crazy? Shui Rui clenched his fist. His original target was Yin Yuanrong's eyes, but Yin Yuanrong dodged it. However, after venting his anger with this punch, he didn't vent his anger on Yin Yuanrong. Shaking his hand, he said expressionlessly, I haven't fought with you for a long time, but your skills have deteriorated to this extent. I really don't know how you became the commander of the Yulin Royal Guards. Facing Shui Rui's unreasonable provocation, Yin Yuanrong was so angry that his teeth chattered. He was careless and misled by Shui Rui, so he shouted, nonsense. If you have the guts, don't use underhanded punches. Let's have a fight. I'll beat you until you look for your teeth on the ground and cry for your parents. Shui Rui said indifferently, my father passed away many years ago. Yin Yuanrong was so angry that he lost his temper. I won't lower myself to your level. I'm leaving. Yin Yuanrong left in a huff. At this time, Shui Rui showed a gloomy face. Shu didn't tell him that she was bullied at the Yin residence. Was it because he had been too tolerant, making her think that he couldn't be trusted? Even when she was humiliated, he couldn't help prevent her anger. She was his future wife. If he couldn't even protect her, how could he call himself a husband? When Yin Zhurong returned to the mansion, it was already midnight. Yin Dang was still awake and waiting for him in the living room of the front yard. Seeing him enter, she hurried to greet him. Where's Yuanbo? Why didn't he come back with you? Yin Zhurong dismissed the servants, turned around, and slapped Yin Dang's face. He scolded her in a low voice. Stupid woman. Yin Dang was stunned. They had been husband and wife for many years and had always treated each other with respect. This was the first time he hit her. Yin Zhurong's angry scolding echoed in her ears. Chapter 701. What had happened in Hangwu Mansion was immediately reported to Prince Ning. When he found out that Shui Rui had suddenly appeared and messed things up, and Yin Yuanbo was brought to the Supreme Court, even though Lu Hao didn't flare up on the spot, the gloominess on his face terrified the scout that came to report, to the point his legs went weak. Shui Rui, it's him again. Lu Hao suspected that Shui Rui was sent by the heavens to go against him. Ever since Shui Rui returned to the capital, he had ruined many of his plans. Lu Hao took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He paced back and forth, and waited until he had calmed down before asking the spy he had sent to Hengwu Mansion to cooperate with Yin Yuanbua. Where is Yin Yuanrong? Where did he go? After official Shui left, young Master Yuanrong left in a hurry. It seems that he went to the assistant minister's Fu to report. Lu Hao furrowed his brows. He was not surprised at Yin Yuanrong's self-preservation. According to his original plan, he would first ruin Yu Shu's reputation and have her be related to Yin Yuanrong. He was 70% sure that he would be able to persuade Yin Yuanrong to ask for an edict to bestow marriage. But now, the first step had been disrupted by Shui Rui, and the rest of the plan was for naught. What he had to worry about now was that even if Yin Yuanbua did not dare to betray him, Shui Rui would be able to guess that he was the mastermind behind this. Shui Rui might use this to drive a wedge between him and Yin Yuanrong. In this generation of the Yin family, there were not many outstanding members of the Yuan generation, and Yin Yuanrong was one of the best. As the commander of the left side of the Yulin Royal Guards, he had great potential. Lu Hao would need his help when he seized the throne in the future. However, Yin Yuanrong was dissolute and did not like to be restrained. He was not close to Ning Wangfu and was not warm to his cousin. Lu Hao had a headache for a while, but in the end, he still decided to prepare for the worst. He summoned a kamikaze and sent someone to keep an eye on Yin Yuanrong, paying attention to whether he had any private dealings with Shui Rui. As for Yin Yuanbua, who was brought to the Supreme Court, Lu Hao had already forgotten about him. Yu Shu secretly observed Bai Ran for a few days. She found that he was much more mature and steady than his peers, but he didn't have any other flaws. She couldn't determine whether they were the same kind of people. First of all, she asked Baikue to deliberately write simplified characters to test Bai Ran. He just patiently corrected Baikue and did not show any difference. Moreover, every word and action of his was that of a standard ancient person, without the slightest trace of a modern person. This made her puzzled. She thought of two possibilities. One was that Bai Ran had transmigrated to this world since she was a child. She had accepted more than 10 years of feudal thinking and had been assimilated by this era. The other was that Bai Ran had hidden her strength and had long seen through her origin, so she deliberately pretended to be a fool. To be honest, she was a little disappointed. After thinking for a few days, she was not as excited as she was at the beginning. No matter what the possibility was, she didn't intend to recognize Bai Ran. It was just a psychological comfort. Yu Shu calmed down and put aside the matter of Bai Ran. She only told Baikue to keep an eye on him and report to him once he found anything unusual. She had always been very vigilant. Bai Ran's identity was a mystery. Before figuring it out, it was better to keep an eye on him. With such an interruption, she didn't pay attention to other things. So when the rumors outside reached her ears, it was already 3 days after the incident in Hengwu building. That morning, she went to the Celestial Commissioner's roll call as usual. On the way, she met several colleagues and greeted them politely. However, she found that they seemed to avoid her. Usually, they couldn't wait to talk to her, but today they couldn't wait to take a detour when they saw her. What happened? After entering the Kunling bureau, several subordinates also avoided her. They all pretended to be busy, so she couldn't find anyone to ask. Only when Xiao and acted as usual. Xiao and, what's going on with them? Yu Shu asked him. When Xiao and shook his head. He was also confused. I asked, but no one was willing to tell me. Yu Shu was even more suspicious. She called Su Qing in and told him, go out for a walk and see if anyone in the prison said anything bad about me. Yushu's first reaction was that Shui Yun was up to something again. However, when Su Qing came back at noon, she found out that the matter was more serious than she had imagined. Su Qing stammered at first, but when she slammed the table, he obediently told her, "Everyone is secretly spreading rumors that there is a young master of the Yin family who was arrested by the Supreme Court's Lord Shui because he insulted you in public." Yushu thought for a moment. She only knew 2 young masters of the Yin family. One was Yin Yuanbua of the Assistant Minister's mansion, and the other was Yin Yuanrong of the Prime Minister's mansion. The one who did this kind of thing was most likely Yin Dang's baby son, Yin Yuanbua. What did he scold me about? How did Shui Rui get involved? Yushu felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Su Qing carefully looked at her face and said, "That person made up a rumor that you coveted the power of the Yin family and schemed to seduce third young master Yin Yuanrong. Unfortunately, someone saw it and failed." In fact, the original words were even worse. For example, Lord Yu of the Kunling Bureau took off her clothes to seduce third young master Yin. Su Qing just didn't have the guts to do it. Even so, Yushu was still annoyed after hearing it. She immediately cursed in a low voice. When Xiao En, who was close to her, heard it clearly, son of AB*TCH. She immediately put Yin Dang and Yin Yuanbua in her shoes. When Xiao En wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know where to start. As a subordinate of Yushu, he naturally had to stand together against the enemy when she was humiliated. Moreover, slandering a woman's reputation was really something that only a beast would do. "Darren, please calm down." He squeezed out a sentence dryly, "Since that guy has been arrested by Lord Shui, everyone must know that you are innocent. Those rumors are all false." Yushu weakly waved her hand at him, indicating that he should go about his business and not care about her. When Xiao En didn't know the cause and effect at all. She and Yin Yuanbua only met once and didn't even talk to each other, but he ran out to publicize her disgrace. It was obvious that he was instigated by someone. Yushu first suspected that Yin Dang was retaliating against her, but then she felt that it was unlikely. If she wanted to complain, she would have done it long ago. Why wait until so long after the incident? So who would want to use this to ruin her reputation? Yushu knew that if she went to ask Shui Rui, there would be an answer. But as soon as she thought that Shui Rui knew her experience in the Yin family, she felt uncomfortable all over. She felt a little guilty and embarrassed. In short, she couldn't bring herself to look for Shui Rui and ask him about this right now. Besides, it had been 3 days since the incident, but Shui Rui didn't come to see her. Maybe he was angry and didn't want to see her. Thinking of this, Yushu instantly gave up the idea of asking Shui Rui. When Xiao En saw that she was sitting there in a daze, as if she was meditating, he couldn't help but remind her, "Darren, it's time for lunch. Do you want to eat here or go outside?" Let's eat here," Yushu said casually. Then she stopped when Xiao En before he went out to ask someone to bring the lunch box. "Wait." Yushu stood up, thought for a moment, and said, "Xiao En, go to the Astronomy Bureau and see if Lord Chui is there. If he is there, tell him that I will treat him tonight and ask him to do me the honor." This Lord Chui was Chui Xian's biological father, the fool who owed her 60,000 taels of gambling. When Xiao En didn't understand, but he still obeyed. Chui Xiao was alone in the Astronomy Bureau. When he heard that Yushu wanted to treat him to dinner, he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he agreed with a bitter face. He hadn't collected 60,000 taels of silver yet. He was afraid that Yushu would come to him to force him to pay the debt. He was so worried. In the afternoon, the Great Tipping Point sent someone to inform Yushu to go to Taishi Tower the day after tomorrow. She had been in office for 3 months, and she had to take the first assessment. After passing, she could go to the court to participate in politics, attend the civil and military officials, and have the right to advise the emperor. At the same time, Shui Yun, who was in the Taiching office, also received a notice that she would attend Yushu's assessment tomorrow. Sitting in a wheelchair, she couldn't stop laughing. She immediately called one of her subordinates and asked him to sort out the records of Yushu's words and deeds these days as soon as possible and show it to her. The official registrar was also a smart person. He saw Shui Yun's intentions, so he came over and doubted her. "I'm afraid that these are not enough to refute Darren Yu." Shui Yun looked at him with a smile and said, "How do you know that I only have this much confidence?" In order to prevent Yu Shu from using her senior brother again, she would definitely drive him out of the Celestial Commissioner. In the fourth watch period, the princess's residence was quiet. On the garden corridor, occasionally, a group of patrolling guards would pass by and scare away the wild cats. Within the upheaval pavilion, Jing Chen was startled awake from his dream with a body drenched in cold sweat. After he woke up, he only felt a splitting headache and his heart beat like a drum. The scenes in his dream were like a fleeting view of flowers on horseback, swiftly flashing through his mind. Those scenes seemed familiar yet extremely unfamiliar. The moonlight outside the window penetrated into the room, illuminating his face slightly green. He sat cross-legged in meditation and adjusted his breathing. After a while, he calmed down. He guessed that Zhu Qingjue's medicine had worked. He tried to recall the scenes in the dream just now, but it was blurry. He could only piece it together bit by bit. He came to Jianya City alone and waited at the agreed place to take him back to the capital. However, he, who was inexperienced, was secretly drugged by someone else in his food. Then he fainted, and when he woke up again, he was in endless pain and had no strength. He was blindfolded and tied up. His body was bumping, as if he was locked in a carriage. Then, he vaguely heard someone talking outside. A voice said, "Eldest young master, let's rest for a while before continuing our journey." He used the last of his strength to pull off the blindfold and looked out through the gap between the boards of the carriage. The next moment, a person appeared in his field of vision. The memory came to an abrupt end, and Jing Chen's head hurt again. He was afraid that he had forgotten, so he hurriedly got out of bed to light the lamp. He didn't even put on his shoes and didn't call anyone in. He strode into the study next door and quickly grinded ink and cut paper. He endured the headache and drew the face that appeared in his mind. He finished it in one go. After he stopped, he took a breath and leaned closer to the lamp to look at the portrait on the paper. Chapter 702. Early the next morning, Jing Chen sent someone to invite Zhu Qingjue. Zhu Qingjue learned that he had dreamt of some scenes last night but did not ask about the content. He only had him describe the discomfort in his body. She took the opportunity to remove a few herbs from the original prescription and gave him a bottle of clear heart pills. "This is a pill I specially refined for you. If you have a dream in the future, take 3 pills when you wake up. It can relieve your headache." "Many thanks." Jing Chen took it and opened it in front of him. He sniffed it. He had some knowledge of medicine and could distinguish the smell of mint and camphor. Before Zhu Qingjue left, she did not forget to tell him, "I will go to the palace to report. His Majesty may summon you to the palace for questioning." After seeing Zhu Qingjue off, Jing Chen returned to his room and took out the portrait he had drawn last night. Looking at it again during the day, he still felt that this person was unfamiliar. If the scene in the dream had not been so real, he would have suspected that this person was a figment of his imagination. After thinking about it, he made another copy of the portrait. Then, without waiting for the emperor to summon him, he went to the palace to present this portrait. With Zhu Qingjue there, he could not hide it from Emperor Zhao Qing. Furthermore, he sensed that Emperor Zhao Qing was impatient. If there was no progress, it was hard to guarantee that he would not turn to Yushu. As soon as Zhu Qingjue left Qingming Hall, Jing Chen entered the palace. Emperor Zhao Qing listened to Jing Chen describe the scene in his dream and saw him draw a portrait. He was clearly very happy and did not force Jing Chen to stay in the palace. He let him go that day. Then, he urgently ordered someone to bring him to the palace so that they could discuss what to do next. It was still early after Jing Chen left the palace. He did not return to the Princess Manor but instead went to Yu Shu's manor on Baochong Street. It was dusk and the sun was setting. There were a few sedans and carriages parked outside the gate. Jing Chen dismounted and walked. As soon as he arrived at the gate, he saw a servant blocking the gate. He waved an invitation in his hand and smiled obsequiously at an old man at the gate. "Old uncle, our master has already come 3 times. Please make an exception. Even if you don't want to accept our gifts, please pass on a message. No matter if it's tomorrow or the day after, as long as our master can see official you can take this bit of money to drink." Another servant looked at him in disdain. "You've only been here 3 times. My master has been waiting every day at this hour for half a month, and he hasn't even seen you. You'd better wait at the back." Due to the commotion in front of the door, the imperial bodyguard from the princess's estate quickened his pace and ran in front of Jing Chen to call for him. Just as he opened his mouth to ask, "Is official Yu in the estate?" he was pushed aside by several people in front of him. "First come, first served. Do you know the rules?" The servant's face darkened. He grabbed the saber at his waist and scolded in a deep voice, "How dare you? The right commander is here. Get out of the way." The servant was startled by him and turned his head in a daze. He saw Jing Chen behind him. Although they didn't recognize him, they could tell from his clothes that he was of noble status. They reacted in time and spread out to the sides. Jing Chen frowned slightly and passed them. Before the servant could speak again, he said to the old man at the gate, "Please inform the master that Jing Chen has come to see him." Coincidentally, the gatekeeper recognized Jing Chen. Previously, when the new residence was under renovation, Jing Chen had followed Yu Shu here once and finally entered the door. Thus, he did not treat him the same way and politely nodded and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Sir, please wait a moment." After that, he called for a servant boy at the gate and asked him to go inside to pass the message. Yu Shu had a rest today and stayed at home for the whole day. She said that she would not see guests. Tomorrow was the day of her evaluation, so she had to make some preparations. She was quite surprised to hear that Jing Chen was here. She also had something to say to Jing Chen, so she asked Axaner to go out and pick him up. She didn't lead him to the living room or the flower hall, but directly to the north wing. Jing Chen waited outside the door for more than a minute before someone came out to lead the way. Axaner took him to the shortcut and passed through the big garden. It was the first time that Jing Chen came here after the renovation of the residence. The previous time didn't count. Yu Shu didn't invite him to the wedding banquet. At this time, walking in the garden, his eyes were filled with green mountains and clear waters. The beautiful grass was fragrant and beautiful. Occasionally, a pair of white cranes would glide over his head and sing happily, making him feel relaxed and happy. Although Jing Chen had something on his mind, he couldn't help but be touched by the plants and animals in the garden. He recalled his time in the mountains. When he saw Yu Shu, he praised, "The garden is very beautiful." Yu Shu temporarily forgot about the entanglement and said proudly, "Of course, I have tried my best to clean it up. How can it not be beautiful?" Seeing that she was happy, Jing Chen thought about it and praised again, "Excellent feng shui." Yu Shu smiled and said, "Then I have to thank my master." Jing Chen wanted to chat with her for a bit, but he couldn't find the right topic. He tried a few times to no avail, so he could only talk about business with her. Not long ago, the emperor appointed the imperial hospital's drug judge, Zhu Qingjue, to treat me. I drank his medicine and had a dream last night. I dreamed that I was plotted against in Janya City. Yushu had dismissed the others when he came in. Hearing this, she was very surprised and asked him hurriedly, "You remember everything?" Jing Chen shook his head. "No, I just remember some fragments, such as how I fell into the hands of others." As he said this, he told her the story of him wandering in Janya's city and being drugged in his food. "When I woke up from my coma, it seemed that I was imprisoned in a carriage. At that time, I had probably been buried by silver needles in my acupoints, so I lost all my martial strength and couldn't escape. But I heard someone talking outside, and I saw a person's appearance through the crack of the door." "Who was it?" Yushu lowered her voice. She was a little nervous and excited. If the person Jing Chen saw was Duke Xiang, then it would confirm their previous suspicions of Duke Xiang. At the same time, they would be able to confirm the person who wanted to kill her. "I don't know." Yushu let out a breath and asked again, "And then?" "Nothing, then I woke up." "That's it." Yushu was disappointed. "I drew that person's appearance. Do you want to see?" Yushu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Let me see." With a portrait, it would be much easier. When the time came, with the imperial notice, criminals would be listed all over the world, and they would be able to find this group of thieves. Jing Chen took out the portrait that he had copied earlier. Before he could open the four corners, Yushu stretched out her hand and pulled it over. As she shook it off, she said, "Didn't you hear their conversation?" "What did they say?" Then she looked down at the portrait on the paper. At first glance, she felt that it was a little familiar. Jing Chen's painting was not abstract, not as vivid as modern sketches, but it was more realistic. In addition, this person had a very unique appearance. If someone knew him, they would definitely associate Jing Chen's portrait with a real person. "TSK, it seems like I've seen it somewhere before." She muttered to herself, then she heard Jing Chen whisper, "Young master, let's rest for a while before continuing." "What?" "It's what the person in the painting said." He said, "Young master, let's rest for a while before continuing." Yushu was stunned. Something flashed in her mind. She brought the portrait closer to her face and stared at the face. Slowly, her eyes widened, and there was a scream in her heart. "It's him, how could it be him?" Jing Chen saw that her eyes were about to pop out, so he asked, "Do you know him?" "I don't know him." Yushu blurted out. Afraid that Jing Chen would suspect something, she quickly added, "He looks a little familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen him." Jing Chen said, "It doesn't matter. I've already presented this portrait to the emperor. I believe he will soon send someone to find this person's whereabouts." Yushu was speechless. "You gave the portrait to the emperor?" Yes, Jing Chen saw that her expression wasn't right. He thought that this wasn't appropriate, so he explained to her, "Xu Qingjue of the Imperial Hospital knows my body like the back of his hand. He went to the palace to report, so I couldn't hide it even if I wanted to. With this portrait, the emperor won't think of making things difficult for you for a while." Yushu squeezed out a smile and said to him, "Thank you for thinking of me. Do you still have any use for this portrait? Can you leave it for me?" It was rare for Jing Chen to get a good expression from her. Not to mention one portrait, even if she asked him to draw 100 more, he would be willing. "You keep it. It's fine as long as you don't lose it." With the portrait in hand, Yushu immediately stood up to send him off. "Tomorrow is my assessment. I'm not ready yet. You can go back." She originally wanted to say something to him, but she didn't have the mood to do so now. She called for a maid to send Jing Chen away. Yushu closed the door and turned her head with a heavy expression. She held the portrait that Jing Chen left behind and looked at it several times. Finally, she confirmed that she didn't recognize the wrong person. She had seen this person before. If she remembered correctly, he was a steward in Prime Minister Shui's mansion. His surname was Su. In May of last year, in Yang City, she was still a worthless burden. The Ji family caught Yu Xiaoxiu to threaten her. They used her fate as an excuse. They wanted her to replace Ji Xingxuan, who had a precious fate, to marry the eldest young master of the Shui family. The Shui family sent people from the capital to the physiognomy, and the leader was this Governor Su. If it weren't for the words, eldest young master, that Jing Chen learned, she wouldn't have remembered who this person was. Yu Shu anxiously walked back and forth in the room. She calculated the time. When Jing Chen was killed in the south, this Governor Su stayed in the south. It just matched. In that case, the person who inserted the silver needles into Jing Chen's acupoints and the person who went to the River of Abandonment was the Shui clan's chief steward. It could be imagined who had instructed him to do so. Could it be that the Shui clan wanted to rebel? What to do? What to do? Jing Chen has handed the portrait to the emperor. They can't get it back even if they want to. Once they arrest people, the Shui family will be the first to bear the brunt. Wouldn't Shui Rui suffer a calamity? Yu Shu's heart burned with anxiety, and she utterly didn't have the mood to doubt if Shui Rui would be on the same side as the thief that poisoned Jing Chen. "Miss, dinner is here." "Where is it?" Yun Do knocked on the door. Yu Shu woke up with a start. She hastily folded the portrait and put it in her arms. She opened the door and strode out. "I want to go out." "Ask someone to bring my horse." No, she had to inform Shui Rui as soon as possible. She couldn't let him sit and wait for death. This was a heinous crime related to rebellion. Once the emperor found out that it was related to the Shui family, he would not be lenient. Yu Shu could almost foresee that this portrait would bring an unprecedented disaster to the Shui family, who had great power in the court. Chapter 703. At this time, Yu Shu didn't know where Shui Rui was, so she took Lu Hong and Su Qing to the Prime Minister's estate first. When she found out that Shui Rui hadn't returned home, she went to Wangji restaurant. However, she didn't find him. Finally, she went to the Supreme Court to look for him. It was already late, and the front door of the Supreme Court's yamen was tightly closed. Yu Shu walked through the side door and met two guards. She asked them, "Has official Shui passed by Shui Rui?" The two guards didn't know because they had just changed shifts. "Can you let me go in to look for him?" The guard shook his head. "It's already past the hour of the rooster. The Supreme Court doesn't allow outsiders to enter." No matter how much Yu Shu tried to persuade them, they refused to bend the rules. At this time, a person walked out of the door. When he saw Yu Shu, he made a sound of surprise and took the initiative to greet her. "Isn't this Miss Yu?" Yu Shu saw that it was a middle-aged official who looked somewhat familiar, so she politely asked, "This is?" "Official Shui and I are colleagues." "My surname is Li," Official Li introduced himself with a smile. Yu Shu didn't know where to find Shui Rui's whereabouts, so she hurriedly said, "So it's Official Li. My apologies for not recognizing you. I'm here to look for my sworn brother. Did you see him today?" Official Li moved her to the side to talk. "You came at a bad time. Official Shui went out on official business this morning. He won't be back for at least 5 days." When Yu Shu heard this, she became anxious. "Where did he go?" "He went to Fenghua Manor." "Do you have an urgent matter to discuss with him?" Official Li was good at reading people's expressions. Seeing the situation, he helped her come up with an idea. "If we can't wait for him to come back, we'll use the official road to chase him away. If they're in a carriage, you can send people to chase after them on horseback. If they're fast, we'll be able to catch up with him in a day." Yu Shu was very worried. Tomorrow was the day of her evaluation. If she went to chase after Shui Rui now, she would not be able to come back in time. Moreover, Jing Chen had presented the portrait to the emperor, and it had not happened yet. If she went to look for Shui Rui with such great fanfare, wouldn't she be exposing herself? She was extremely regretful. If she had known this would happen yesterday, she wouldn't have made a fuss and didn't dare to see him. Thank you, Master Li. I'm not in a hurry. Let's wait for him to come back. You're welcome. The more official Li looked at Yu Shu, the more satisfied he was. He thought that when official Shui returned, he might as well mention his younger brother to his face and see if he could ask him to be a matchmaker. When Yu Shu returned to the manor, the first thing she did was to summon Song Dolly. Both Zhou Hu and Song Dolly were martial artists that she bought from the supply house. Because the former was meticulous in his work, she arranged for him to be a steward in the front yard, while the latter became the head of the patrolling guards. She wanted to send someone to inform Shui Rui. If Lu Hong and Su Qing went, it would be too conspicuous. Song Dolly was her servant, so he did not lack loyalty. Tomorrow morning, as soon as the city gate opens, go out of the city and look for my sworn brother Shui Rui at the Fenghua Manor. Bring him a message from me. Say, Sir Yinya's youngest son has drawn a portrait and handed it over to his uncle. This matter was of great importance. Yu Shu did not write a letter, nor would she divulge a single word of it to anyone else. Hence, she believed that with Shui Rui's quick-wittedness, he would definitely be able to understand what she meant. Yu Shu had Song Dolly repeat it 3 times for her. After confirming that there were no mistakes, she asked Yun Do to weigh out 1.5 taels of silver and gave it to him. She also brought him to the stables to meet Little Red. Tomorrow, before dawn, he would wake up to lead the horses. Horses were luxury goods. Any one of them would cost hundreds of taels of silver, not to mention the cost of taming them. After Yu Shu set up her own business, she bought 2 good horses through Pei Jing's channels. But when it came to leg strength and endurance, Little Red, whom Pei Jing had carefully selected for her, was still the best. Even with such arrangements in place, Yu Shu still could not rest assured. She tossed and turned all night until dawn. She only fell asleep when she heard that Song Dolly had left. After getting up early and bathing, Yu Shu changed into the newly tailored autumn clothes sent by the secretariat. The clothes were made of silk and the embroidery women's exquisite needlework outlined the 2 iris petals on her shoulders. She tied her hair up and wore a crown. She slightly drew on her eyebrows and tail. Her slender figure had an androgynous heroic spirit, which made Xan, and Lin, who were helping her with her makeup, flustered and blushed. At 6:45 in the morning, Yu Shu arrived at the Celestial Commissioner's office. She did not go to the Kunling Bureau. Instead, she sent Lu Hong and Su Qing to Taishi Tower. She originally thought that she had arrived early, but she did not expect that she would not be the first to arrive. It seemed that there was someone looking forward to her assessment more than her. In the empty hall, Yu Shu saw Shui Yun sitting in a wheelchair. She was not surprised at all. If she was in a good mood, she might tease her. Unfortunately, she was not in a good mood today, so she did not have the patience to play games with her. Official Yu, please sit. It's not the hour yet. The head supervisor and the other officials have not arrived yet. You don't have to be nervous. Shui Yun said sarcastically with a friendly face. It's okay. My legs are good, so I don't feel tired standing. Yu Shu also responded politely. There were a few chairs placed on the left and right sides of the hall. Beside Shui Yun's seat, she sat on the second seat on the right. There were 2 empty seats on the left and right. It seemed that there were 6 officials participating in Yu Shu's assessment. Of these 6 seats, 2 were from the Taiching Bureau, 2 were from other departments, and the last 2 were officials from the Kunling Bureau where Yu Shu worked. According to the rules, in order to show fairness, except for the people from the Taiching Bureau, the other 4 were personally appointed by the head supervisor. They were only notified 1 day in advance. Yushu did not know who these people were in advance, so she did not want her colleagues to protect each other. Yushu and Shui Yun did not pay attention to each other and waited awkwardly for half an incense stick to burn. People arrived one after another. First, it was Chao Zuling, the chief official of the Taiching Bureau, and a recorder from the Secretariat. Then, it was Jing Chen from the Kunling Bureau, followed by Yushu's subordinate, Xie Lan. Finally, it was the adjutant of the Bureau of Astronomy, Cui Shui. Now that all 6 people were present, someone was sent upstairs to invite the head supervisor to take his seat. Only then did the assessment officially begin. Today's assessment was presided over by the head supervisor. When he came up, he first asked someone to bring a chair for Yushu to sit down. He pointed at her and said to the 2 sides, "Since ancient times, heroes have been born from youth. When I was her age, I was still studying in the LoveLore Library." The people below laughed. He was as kind as an elder and asked Yushu with concern, "Don't be too reserved. You didn't sleep well last night, right?" Yushu knew that the head supervisor had a cheat code and did not dare to talk nonsense in front of him. She smiled shyly and said, "I was a little worried." The head supervisor nodded knowingly and did not say anything else. But with these 2 sentences, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was very satisfied with Yushu as a female imperial official. He sat on the steps with a screen behind him and a 6-legged turtle table in front of him. There was a thin scroll by his hand. He glanced at it and read, "Yushu, from Yang in Jiangnan. 17 years old. Year of Zhaoqing 13th year of De Yen examination, 2 roll 3rd grade Jia Zi, 4th grade Yisher. In July 14th year of Zhaoqing 14th year, she was appointed as the female imperial official of the Kunling Bureau of Celestial Commissioner. She has been in office for 3 months. During this period, if there is any dereliction of duty, abuse of power for personal gain or other incompetent conduct, everyone present must report it truthfully and not cover it up." After he finished reading, he pushed the scroll to the side and clasped his hands together. He looked at the people below and nodded. "What do you all have to say? Who will speak first?" The 6 officials who participated in the assessment looked at each other, but no one made a sound. Chapter 704. Chao Zuling didn't have any opinions about Yushu. As the 3rd in command of the Celestial Commissioner, he almost never went against the most important person. Since official Yu took office, she has been impartial and disciplined. She also defended the dignity of our Celestial Commissioner at the Land and Water Conference. Although she is young, she is diligent and ambitious. I think she is qualified to be the Empress of the Kunling Bureau. For this evaluation, I will give her an A grade. Of the 6 people present today, everyone could give Yushu a judgment. A was excellent, B was qualified, C was dereliction of duty, and D was malfeasance. If all 6 people were A or B, then they passed the evaluation and Yushu was qualified to go to court. If 2 or more people judged her dereliction of duty, then she did not pass the evaluation and would be detained for a month before being dealt with. If 1 or more people judged her dereliction of duty, then she also did not pass the evaluation. Moreover, once all malfeasance was verified, she would be dismissed from her post and dealt with severely. After Chao Zuling finished speaking, he smiled at Yushu. Yushu understood and nodded in thanks. With Chao Zuling making a good start, the people behind him took the initiative. First, Jing Chen gave her an A grade, Xie Lan gave her an A grade, then the records department gave her a B grade, and Cui Shui gave her an A grade. In this way, Yushu had 4 A grades and 1 B grades. Only Shui Yun didn't speak. Even if she gave her a C grade, it wouldn't stop Yushu from passing the evaluation. Yushu calculated for a moment and raised an eyebrow at Shui Yun with a somewhat provocative smile. As if in response to her provocation, Shui Yun cleared her throat. Her soft voice was mixed with a sickly delicacy. I haven't been at the Celestial Commissioner for a long time, but I do know official Yu. Therefore, today she is judged to be a D grade and I want to report her dereliction of duty. The originally harmonious scene was completely destroyed by a single sentence from her. Yu Shu was originally sitting in a chair, but when she finished speaking, she consciously stood up. The people present looked at each other, obviously very surprised. As Shui Yun's superior, Chao Zuoling didn't expect her to go against him without a word. He shouted with an unhappy expression, "Young official Shui." Shui Yun ignored him and reported to the chief supervisor, "I want to report the female official of the Kunling Bureau for 5 counts of dereliction of duty. First, she overstepped her authority. Second, she neglected her duties. Third, she accepted bribes. Fourth, she colluded with unscrupulous merchants to accumulate wealth. Fifth, she misconduct and disgraced the official's reputation." With these 5 counts added together, Yu Shu wouldn't be able to keep her official position and would be sent to prison. Jing Chen furrowed his brows. Facing such an unreasonable Shui Yun, his tolerance had long been exhausted. Thus, without waiting for De Tiao to ask, he coldly questioned Shui Yun. Jing Chen frowned. Facing such an unreasonable Shui Yun, his tolerance had long been exhausted. Thus, he didn't wait for the chief supervisor to ask and coldly questioned Shui Yun. Shui Yun looked at him. Her heart ached because he was defending Yu Shu and criticizing her, so she put on a stern face and said, "As far as I know, the Right Commander Darren is not in the Imperial Astronomer for more than half of every month. How can you guarantee that she has not committed any malfeasance? You deliberately cover for her, so of course you won't allow me to speak the truth." She stubbornly looked at Jing Chen and aggressively said, "Although you are temporarily acting as the right official, you don't restrict your subordinates. You don't care about the matters of the Kunling Bureau and official you overstepped her authority. Do you think you don't have any responsibility?" In terms of eloquence, how could Jing Chen be her opponent? With just a few words, she had smeared his name and defeated him. Official Shao Qing, Xiao Lan stood up. Although his official position wasn't high, he was older than Shui Yun, so he wasn't afraid of a little girl like her. With a dissatisfied expression, he said, "This official has been a small official in the Kunling Bureau for 8 years and has never been late for the daily roll call. I should be able to guarantee that what I said is the truth. Official Yu has never neglected her duties. As for what you said about her overstepping her authority, that's even more untrue. Official Yu has never acted arbitrarily in the official affairs of the Bureau. I don't know how you know that she has overstepped her authority. Yu Shu was a good person in the Kunling Bureau. She didn't make things difficult for her subordinates and didn't shirk her responsibilities. She did all the things that she should do and did all the things that she shouldn't do. She wasn't from an aristocratic family and had a peaceful relationship with the chief. The two of them didn't have to divide their factions, so the subordinates didn't have to fight with each other. Compared to the previous chaotic situation of the Kunling Bureau, the current orderly days were all thanks to the arrival of Yu Shu. Yu Shu looked at Xiao Lan in surprise. She didn't expect him to speak up for her. Is that so? Then I'll list some evidence to convince you. Shui Yun tilted her head and the attendant behind her, who was supporting the wheelchair, took out a silk booklet and spread it on her lap. She looked at the records on the booklet and described in detail that on a certain day of a certain month, Yu Shu hid in the inner room to sleep after the roll call. On a certain day of a certain month, she left early. On another certain day of a certain month, she wandered in the Celestial Commissioner's garden. Even the smallest of sesame seeds were recorded by her, which made people speechless. The above are all instances where official Yu neglected her duties. In addition, before I came, the Tai Qing Bureau had another record of official Yu. In September, the female imperial official sent someone with a seal to the Tai Qing Bureau to borrow servants to clean the Kunling Bureau's library. As she spoke, she didn't look at Yu Shu and instead asked Xiao Lan, "You've been an official in the Directorate of Astrology for 8 years. Don't tell me that you don't remember that there's a round of cleaning every 3 months. It's an inventory of all the stacks and confidential files of the various departments and bureaus. It should be personally presided over by the chief official. According to my investigation, the right commander wasn't in the prison during those days, so it was official you who made the decision to preside over the cleaning. Tell me if this is true. Xiaolon didn't expect her to be so crafty and was speechless for a moment. Shui Yun sneered, you have nothing to say, right? This is clearly overstepping your authority. Lord Shaoqing is twisting words and forcing logic. This lowly official has nothing to say. Xiaolon sat back with a stern face and turned to look at Yu Shu apologetically. I didn't do my duty. How can it be blamed on her? Don't pester me endlessly. Jing Chen spoke again, warning Shui Yun with his eyes not to go too far. Shui Yun saw it but pretended not to see it. She blindly said, today is the assessment of the female imperial official. The right commander's dereliction of duty is another matter. Several people present argued about whether Yu Shu was derelict of duty. Yu Shu looked at the two sides arguing back and forth. Shui Yun was 1 against 3, but the great commander was unmoved. This scene reminded her of the court in the future. She was the defendant, and the great commander was the judge who ruled everything. Jing Chen and Xiaolon were her defense lawyers, while Shui Yun bravely took on the roles of the plaintiff, the prosecution, and the prosecutor, fighting on the front line to bring her down. He. As soon as Yu Shu laughed, everyone realized that they had ignored her for a long time. Pairs of eyes were fixed on her. She touched the tip of her nose awkwardly and said to Shui Yun with an innocent expression, why is Lord Shui looking at me? Didn't you list 5 crimes against me? I'm listening. You've only said 2. What about the rest? Shui Yun squinted at her and turned to the great commander. I passed by Lord Yu's official residence several times and saw a line of people waiting to send gifts outside. After asking around, I found out that Lord Yu deliberately didn't approve the marriage invitation. She only issued the official marriage document after giving her a generous gift. This is a bribe. There's a treasure house on Qinyuan Street that sells rare treasures. Among them, there's a type of gemstone called a crystal. The raw stone is just a cheap type of water essence stone. Many people have heard of this matter. In order to find out the truth, I specially went there to inquire about the price. In the end, I spent 7,000 taels of silver and only bought 2 small items. Lord, you can take a look and see if it's real or not. I've received it here. As she spoke, the attendant behind her took out another box and opened it. Inside were 2 bracelets, one white and one yellow. There was also a written receipt to show that the items had been received. She had someone present these items in front of the great commander. Her eyes turned to Yu Shu and the corners of her mouth twitched. She said mockingly, as for the last item, it's not groundless for me to accuse her of misconduct. These days, there are rumors about Lord Yu everywhere in the Celestial Commissioner's office. It said that she once seduced a man naked in someone's house and was seen by many people. I didn't verify this, so I want to ask Lord Yu in person, have you ever done such a shameless thing? If Shui Yun's previous 4 statements were all based on evidence, then the last one was a blatant slap in the face. Other than Yu Shu and Shui Yun, everyone here was an adult man. When they heard her description, they all felt extremely embarrassed. Some shook their heads and some frowned. Although Yu Shu had long been prepared that Shui Yun would use this as a pretext to make a fuss, she still couldn't help but get angry when she heard Shui Yun bring up that matter maliciously. If it weren't for her assessment today, if there weren't these people present, she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't be rough and beat a disabled person. Shui Yun. Jing Chen scolded in a deep voice. He never thought that Shui Yun would embarrass Yu Shu in such a despicable way. Shui Yun didn't seem to hear Jing Chen calling her. She stared straight at Yu Shu, and a sickly blush appeared on her face. She asked in a low voice, "Have you ever done such a shameless thing? Have you?" Yu Shu held back her anger, but her face was hazy. Her tightly pursed lips made people think that she couldn't stand the humiliation and would explode on the spot. However, Yu Shu just stared at Shui Yun coldly for a moment. Then she turned back to the Great Commander and bowed to him. She said loudly, "Great Commander, please allow me to explain." The Great Commander listened for a while and knew what was going on. However, he still maintained an impartial attitude and nodded to her. "Speak, don't be anxious. I have my own judgment on whether it's true or false." Yu Shu put down her hand and looked around. With a cold face, she methodically defended herself. Although the Right Commander didn't personally preside over the cleanup in September, he had already arranged the specific matters beforehand. "I only did as I was told. Because the Kunling Bureau lacked manpower, I sent people to the Taichung Bureau to borrow people. Because of this, Vice Minister Xu Wei said that I exceeded my authority. This is really far-fetched. Do we need the chief to personally watch us before we can do work? Then I'm afraid he needs to grow a few more pairs of eyes. As an adjutant, it's my duty to assist the chief. What did I do wrong?" The Great Commander glanced at Shui Yun and immediately judged, "You said that you exceeded your authority. It's an exaggeration." Shui Yun had calmed down after the previous wave of excitement. Naturally, she wouldn't be so impulsive as to argue with the Great Commander. Yu Shu discovered that the Great Commander was biased towards her and boldly continued, saying that I neglected my duties is complete nonsense. The 3 departments and 2 bureaus each have their own duties. Ever since I became a female imperial official, I have strictly adhered to the Kunling Bureau's rules and regulations. As for the trivial matters listed by Vice Minister Xu Wei, if every one of them is considered a neglect of duty, then there wouldn't be a single person in the entire Celestial Commissioner Bureau who is loyal to their duties. The Great Commander can ask the officials here, who hasn't left early due to an urgent matter? Who hasn't wandered around the prison? Hearing this, the Great Commander actually laughed. He waved his hand and said, "Not to mention them, even I have. This can be excluded." Below, Chao Zuoling and the others let out a sigh of relief and secretly scolded Shui Yun for looking for trouble. They were here to be officials, not to go to prison. Who needed a ruler to measure people? If Yu Shu was really accused of neglecting her duties, then they wouldn't have an easy time in the future. Yu Shu glanced at Shui Yun from the corner of her eyes. She saw that Shui Yun's hands were tightly clenched and her lips were pursed in silence. She laughed at Shui Yun's naivety. She had only been in the officialdom for a few days, so how could she see the depths of the water? Besides, if you accuse me of accepting bribes, then it's even more unjust. Vice Minister Xu Wei only thinks that those people came to give me gifts, but they didn't ask me whether I accepted the gifts or not. I can only say that their legs are on them, so I can't control them from giving gifts. My hands are on me, so I can control myself and not stretch out my hands. Yu Shu said these words with great confidence. Shui Yun probably didn't expect that she had never accepted a single copper coin as a bribe since she took office. Chao Zuoling had endured Shui Yun for a long time, but now he finally found an opportunity to interject. He said to Shui Yun, who was sitting next to him, in a bad mood, "You're a new official, so you don't know the procedures. If you want to accuse official Yu of accepting bribes, you can't just say it out loud. You need to collect witnesses and material evidence, and the briber can testify on the spot. Do you have all of these?" Of course, Shui Yun didn't have any. She had also tried to persuade the people who had sent gifts to Yu Shu's residence to testify, but they were unwilling. They just complained a little in front of her and complained a little. Just as Zuoling said, there are no witnesses, so it can't be counted. Chao Zuoling once again rejected Shui Yun. Yu Shu bowed to Chao Zuoling and thanked him, "Thank you, Official Chao, for speaking up for justice." Then she lamented about her colluding with unscrupulous merchants. The head steward of the treasure house is my own uncle. I partnered with him to make a living, and it was all legitimate business. Both of us were willing, so how can it be described as collusion? Young official Shui always thinks the worst of people, so I can't do anything about it. However, according to what you said, anyone who does business with merchants outside can be considered as colluding with unscrupulous merchants. Then, doesn't that mean that all 12 families in Anling City have unscrupulous merchants? Yushu unceremoniously dragged the 12 families who opened the great exchange hall into the water. Sure enough, Chao Zuoling and Cui Xiu's faces darkened. They stood up at the same time and bowed to Chao Zuoling, Imperial Secretary, please understand. Chao Zuoling smiled helplessly. He raised his hand to calm them down and said, Shui Yun comes from a Taoist sect, so she doesn't know the customs and regulations of the capital. Don't argue with her. It sounded like he was helping Shui Yun, but in reality, he had removed one of Yushu's charges. Shui Yun finally lost her cool and said loudly, all of you are helping her exonerate her. Even though I have concrete evidence, I turn a blind eye to it. She was referring to the 2 crystal bracelets in the box and the receipt of 7,000 taels of silver. Yushu smiled generously and said to her, if you think it's not worth it, I'll return 7,000 taels of silver to you. It's not like I'm forcing you to buy or sell, so what evidence is there to talk about? Shui Yun's 10 fingers were in pain. Looking at Yushu's smug expression, she hated herself for not being as cunning as her. She snorted coldly and slightly raised her chin. Her voice suddenly became sharp, then why don't you tell me how the rumor of you seducing men while naked came about? Hearing this, Yushu looked around and her eyes fell on the tea table next to Chao Zuoling. She stepped forward and grabbed the tea that was still warm beside his hand. Under everyone's stunned gaze, she suddenly splashed the tea on Shui Yun's face. She looked down at her younger apprentice sister whose legs were crippled and whose mind was also twisted. She sneered. Chapter 705. It's because of shameless people like you that there are rumors and swords that kill people. Yushu raised her cup and splashed it. Shui Yun didn't have time to turn her head to avoid it. Half of the warm tea splashed on her face, and some of it splashed into her eyelids. She quickly closed her eyes. The burning pain made her raise her hand to rub her eyes in panic. However, the powder on her eyebrows was ruined, and there was a bruise on her face. It was as if she was punched in the eye. It was quite funny. My eyes, senior brother, senior brother. The more Shui Yun rubbed her eyes, the more painful it became. She couldn't open her eyes. She helplessly called out to Jing Qin with a hint of crying. Jing Qin was silent for a moment. He suddenly got up, strode forward, and grabbed Shui Yun's wrist to stop her from moving. Then he opened her eyelids and checked. He picked out a small piece of unknown residue from her lower eyelid. Go get some water. The head teacher was the first to react. He ordered someone to get some water for Shui Yun to wash her eyes. Then he looked at Yushu, who was standing there with a confident face. He sighed and didn't know what to say to her. By the time Shui Yun was able to open her eyes again, her eyeballs had already been rubbed out of shape. It was as if she had a red-eye disease. She stared fixedly at Yushu, looking somewhat frightening. How could Yushu be afraid of her? She crossed her arms and looked down at her, saying, "Why are you glaring at me? You're allowed to speak rudely to me, but I'm not allowed to retaliate. I'm a reasonable person. You're just a mountain girl who doesn't care about a woman's reputation. When you meet other chaste girls, you shamelessly say that they should strip you naked and fight you to the death. You still have the face to glare at me." She was a dignified female immortal of Mount Longhu, but she called her a wild girl who didn't care about chastity. Shui Yun felt extremely humiliated. She was so angry that her voice trembled. She raised her hand and poked her nose. How dare you insult my Jingyi sect? Yu Shu slapped her hand away. She didn't care if she had just regrown her tendons. Don't play this game with me. When did I mention your sect? I was clearly scolding you, a shameless girl. If you had any sense of shame, you would have found a hole to hide in. Yu Shu was a person who could turn black into white. She wasn't afraid even if she ignored her, let alone when she was in the right. Shui Yun was acting shamelessly with her. She really didn't know herself. Shui Yun bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with tears of shame and indignation. Looking at the people around her, they all pretended to be deaf and mute, as if they hadn't seen Yu Shu attack her just now. In her eyes, everyone here had become that person's accomplices. As the beloved daughter of immortal Hua Yun, she had always been the one to bully others. She had never swallowed her pride like this. She blinked her eyes, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She pursed her lips and looked up at Jing Qin, senior brother. Even though she insulted me like this, you still want to protect her, right? Jing Chen looked tired. These days, he saw Shui Yun sink deeper and deeper. She stubbornly did what she thought was right, regardless of whether it would hurt others or not. He still didn't understand why she always targeted Yu Shu. No matter how he persuaded her, she wouldn't let go. Shui Yun became like this, which made him feel guilty, but he couldn't do anything about it. I didn't protect anyone. You were the one who was unreasonable. You were wrong first. Yu Shu, who was at the side, sneered inwardly when she heard his pointless accusation. She had long seen through Jing Chen's cold exterior, soft heart, and indecisiveness. It would be best if she could be friends with him, but if she were to talk about romance with him, she would just be looking for trouble. She was glad that she realized it early. Before she fell in love with him, she had reunited with Shui Rui, who was dead set on her. Otherwise, she would have suffered a lot now. Just Shui Yun alone could make her die several times over. To Yu Shu, these words were not painful, but to Shui Yun, it was unbearable. She tightened her jaw and squeezed the words out of her teeth. Anyway, it doesn't matter what I say. You'd rather believe her sophistry. It was obvious that she insisted on blaming Yu Shu, and she refused to admit her mistake even in the end. Let's go. Shui Yun asked her servants to push her away. She didn't care about the director of today's assessment at all, which made the people present unhappy. You're the only one who dares to speak righteously, and we're all fools who don't know right from wrong. The director was always calm, not arrogant, and not rash. But Shui Yun's behavior today made him doubt whether his decision to agree to her becoming an official in the Celestial Commissioner was too hasty. Look at how a proper assessment had turned into such a mess. It had actually been used by the girls to fight over it. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Yu Shu rushed in front of her and opened her arms to stop her. You're fine, but I haven't finished speaking. Shui Yun raised her head with red eyes. Get out of my way. Yu Shu didn't care about her bluff. She turned to the director and said respectfully, this lowly official is bold. There are some words that I have to say. The director's eyelids tightened. He knew that what she was going to say was not good, but he couldn't stop her from speaking. He could only nod in approval. Sure enough, as soon as Yu Shu opened her mouth, it made his teeth hurt. This lowly official is deeply puzzled about your appointment of Miss Shui Yun as the Shaoqing of the Taiqing Division. Throughout the history of the Celestial Commissioner, there were few officials who didn't come from the Great Evolution Master background. Even if there were, they were all extraordinary people, or they had meritorious service to the imperial court. For example, the Right Commander Darren. He prayed for the people of Dan on behalf of his mother, Princess Liu Royal. He joined the Dao sect when he was young. May I ask the director, Miss Shui Yun is not a great evolution master. What is so special about her that you can make an exception to hire her and jump 5 ranks to become an official of the imperial court? To put it simply, what was Shui Yun based on? Her words reflected the thoughts of Chao Zuoling and the others. In fact, when Shui Yun was promoted to the position of imperial astronomer, it aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. Other people who had studied hard for 10 years might not even be able to touch the threshold of the imperial astronomer. There were also those who had spent many years in low-ranking positions, unable to make a name for themselves. But Shui Yun, a little girl who was not even a teacher of Yishe, easily occupied the position that countless people dreamed of. Who could accept this? Who didn't have resentment? It was just that no one was willing to come forward and argue with the director. Now that Yushu said it, people were not unhappy. Especially Xiaolan, an ordinary great evolution master who relied on herself to get to where she was now. She almost wanted to stand up and applaud Yushu. The director sighed inwardly and was about to speak, but Shui Yun cut in first. I am a direct disciple of Mount Longhu's Xingyi sect. I have been taught since birth. It's just a great development test, how difficult can it be? I don't want to participate. Only you ordinary people care about fame and fortune and are arrogant. You don't know that any perfected master of Mount Longhu, or even all the great evolution masters of the Celestial Commissioner combined, can't compare. She used a big move to look down on everyone. She attacked indiscriminately, including the director. Yushu opened her mouth. She had a new understanding of Shui Yun's arrogance. Even though she already knew that Shui Yun looked down on ordinary people, she was still shocked by her words. She thought that she was brave enough to stand up and question the director's decision. But compared to Shui Yun, she was nothing. Ignorant child. Chao Zuoling was the first to flip out. He slammed the table and stood up. Xiaolan and the official from the secretariat also stood up and glared at Shui Yun. They were so angry that their faces and necks were red. They almost rolled up their sleeves to beat her up. Cui Shui was the most direct. He turned around and knelt down in front of the Grand Preceptor, pointing at Shui Yun with a pained expression and shouting, "Such an arrogant person who looks down on all the scholars in the world, how can she be fit to be a member of our imperial astronomer? I beg the Grand Preceptor to retract his order and remove her from her position. Otherwise, the dignity of our imperial astronomer will be completely gone." Yushu turned her head to look and saw the great Tiandi coldly staring ahead. There was no anger or indignation in his calm gaze, but it made one's hair stand on end and a chill run down one's spine. The pitiful Shui Yun didn't turn around. She was laughing foolishly because she had angered everyone. She continued to boast shamelessly, "Don't you think I'm a useless person because I have a broken leg? Let me tell you, I don't want to be a minister of the Celestial Commissioner." As soon as she finished speaking, a voice came from behind her. "It was me who forced you. Since Miss Shui Yun can't bear to be condescended, please leave this place." The director casually said and no longer cared about Shui Yun. He turned to the others and asked Cui Shui to come with him. He then announced, "In today's assessment, the female imperial official of the Kunling Bureau, Yushu, received 4 first and 1 second. She is qualified for her position. Starting from the beginning of next month, she will be given court clothes and will participate in the morning court. Please take care of yourself, be loyal to your duty, and be strict with yourself. Don't let down the reputation of the Celestial Commissioner." Yushu reacted very quickly. She immediately bowed and said in a clear voice, "I accept the order. I don't dare to be negligent." Then she stood up and thanked the 5 officials who came to participate in her assessment. Her posture was graceful and her clothes were straight. Just like the rising sun outside the building, she was full of vigor. In contrast to her was Shui Yun, who was sitting in a wheelchair a few steps away. She looked embarrassed and haggard. Her weak body and anxious aura made it difficult for people to approach and hide from her. "Hurry up and leave." Shui Yun couldn't stay any longer. She clenched her weak palms and couldn't bear the humiliation. Her face turned blue and she urged the attendants to push her away. In the eyes of others, it looked like she was fleeing. Others wouldn't pity her. Only Jing Qin looked at her back and sighed softly. Yu Shu smiled and responded to Chao's wooing and the others' thanks while looking coldly at Shui Yun's fleeing figure. After the assessment, Yu Shu and Cui Shui were the last to leave Taishi Tower. The two walked on a small path. When there was no one around, Cui Shui couldn't help but ask Yu Shu in a low voice, "What grudge does official you have with that Miss Shui Yun? Why does she have to deliberately deal with you?" Yu Shu walked beside him with her hands crossed. She laughed and said, "Let's not talk about it." Cui Shui saw that she didn't say anything, so he didn't pursue the matter. He sincerely complimented her. "Fortunately, you have a good foresight," and provoked her into cutting off her own path of retreat. Yu Shu also flattered him. "It's all thanks to official Cui's righteous words. Don't worry, I always keep my word. I promised to waive half of your gambling debt, so I won't go back on my word. Come to Wangji Tower tonight and we'll make a new contract. The original 60,000 taels you owe me will become 30,000 taels. Cui Shui secretly shushed her. There was finally a smile on his face, but he felt scared in his heart. The night before, Yu Shu treated him to a meal and had a secret talk with him behind closed doors. She made him promise to act according to her eyes during the assessment. As a result, the Taiching Shaoqing, who had just been appointed, was expelled from the Celestial Commissioner. Chapter 706. Yu Shu passed the first assessment and returned to the Kunling Bureau. Except for Jing Qin, there was already a group of subordinates waiting to congratulate her. They had heard about the twists and turns of today's assessment from Xie, who came back first. They knew that the new Taiching department Shaoqing deliberately made things difficult for Yu Shu. They were full of righteous indignation and said that Shui Yun's dismissal was great. Yu Shu smiled modestly. In fact, she was worried about Shui Rui. She didn't know where the people she sent to chase him were now. Not long after, the Grand Secretary sent someone to send a box. It turned out to be the 2 crystal bracelets that Shui Yun left in Taishi Tower. It was received together with the message from the Grand Secretary. The Grand Secretary said that this thing is for you to deal with. Whether you want to return it to Miss Shui Yun or refund the money to her, it's up to you. Yu Shu smiled. When the person left, she took out a white crystal bracelet and left a topaz bracelet in the box. She called Xie in and handed it to him. "I didn't expect Lord Xie to be a sentimental person. Today, thanks to you for speaking up for me. This is a little gratitude. Please don't refuse it." When Xie saw what was in the box, he was immediately flattered. He shook his head in surprise and said, "Lord, you can't. This thing is too valuable. I don't deserve it. Besides, I was just telling the truth today. I didn't help you." According to the sky-high price of 7,000 taels of silver for Shui Yun, this one was 3,500 taels of silver. Xie couldn't afford it even if he lost 10 years of salary. Although he knew it was a good thing, he was embarrassed to accept it. Yu Shu didn't care about him. She forced it into his hand and sent him out. She put down the curtain and turned around to give the other bracelet to Wen Xiaoan. Wen Xiaoan didn't give in to her. He just said worriedly, "Didn't the person just say that the Grand Secretary asked you to return it or refund the money? You gave it to us. Are you going to return thousands of taels of silver to them?" Yu Shu sat down on a chair and leisurely held a cup of tea to moisten her throat. Hearing that, she snorted and said, "I can say that you are a straightforward person with few thoughts. Since you have given the great suggestion to me, you will not care how I deal with it." She could only blame Shui Yun for having bad intentions. She had spent 10 times the price to buy these 2 strings of crystals just for today. She was heartless and unjust. She was stupid to return the money to her. After all, Wen Shaoan had been with Yu Shu for a long time. He knew that she would occasionally be stubborn, so he didn't say anything unpleasant. He sighed and said that Shu Yun really shot herself in the foot. She tried every possible way to ruin your future, but in the end, she made herself lose face. Yu Shu looked up at him and asked, "Tell me, why did she fail to scheme against me and instead suffered a great loss?" Wen Shaoan had discussed it with a group of people in the Kunling Bureau before. At this time, he took it for granted and said, as the saying goes, a straight body is not afraid of a crooked shadow. You have not done anything against your conscience, so you are naturally not afraid of her slandering you. Yu Shu shook her head and wanted to teach him a lesson. You're only right. I didn't do anything against my conscience, so I'm confident. But if I wasn't prepared at all, I might have been the one to suffer losses today because of her scheming against me. Wen Shaoan looked curious. He moved a step in front of her and looked like he was obediently listening to her. Since Yu Shu had accepted this little brother, she felt that it was her responsibility to enlighten him. So she became patient and lowered her voice to tell him, "Shu Yun and I have an old grudge. You saw that as soon as she came to the Celestial Commissioner, she couldn't wait to find trouble with me. I guessed that she was up to no good. I heard from the right commander that she asked for this position. You said that she was a cultivator who didn't belong to the secular world. She sought power for no reason. There was no doubt that she wanted to go against me. I was on guard against her at that time. I guessed that she was staring at me every day. She probably wanted to do something bad in my evaluation. One should not have the intention to harm others, but one should always be on guard against others. People who had no grievances with you might have evil thoughts for the sake of benefits, let alone people who had a grudge against you. In life, you should either live with your tail between your legs and never make things difficult for others, or you should press forward and kill those who stand in your way. She wanted to harm me. I couldn't just be on guard against her. I had to make sure that she would never return. Then I had to be ahead of her and uproot her. Do you still remember that on the first day she came to the Kunling Bureau, I beat 2 gatekeepers? I took advantage of the disgust of the Celestial Commissioner towards her. I didn't have to worry that no one would oppose her taking an important position. I could take advantage of it. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. Only then can you win 100 battles. Shu Yun was arrogant. She thought that she was the direct disciple of Mount Longhu and looked down on outsiders like us. I wanted to use this as a dagger to catch her unprepared. I had the 6 trigrams divination. I predicted in advance who would participate in this evaluation. The adjutant of the Astronomy Bureau, Cui Shui, owed me a lot of money. I lured him with benefits but didn't make things difficult for him. I asked him to use his strength at the last moment to force her to show her true colors. In the end, there was no suspense. Shu Yun lost the first opportunity. She tried to fight against many people alone. She only cared about the front and not the back. I was on guard against her, but she didn't guard against me. Tell me, how could she fight against me? Yu Shu talked eloquently. Wen Shaoan only understood half of it. Although he didn't feel enlightened, he did benefit from it. Shaoan, you want to return to your hometown in glory and fight for your mother. I can help you, but you need to have the ability to climb up. It's not enough to just have the intention. You have to know what you are doing. Don't waste your time. I hope I didn't choose the wrong person. After pouring another cup of tea to quench her thirst, Yu Shu stood up and straightened her cuffs. She said to Wen Shaoan, who was in a daze, I have passed the evaluation. According to the rules, I can rest today. If there is anything urgent in the bureau, you can stay here. I'm leaving. Wen Xiaoan was a good person. He learned to endure humiliation. He had perseverance and willpower. He was also obedient enough. Yu Shu observed him for a period of time and found that in the long run, he would only become a pawn who followed the orders of his superiors. In the final analysis, he lacked his own ideas. How could a person who had no backbone and only listened to what others said without thinking? Yu Shu opened the curtain and went out. She put Wen Xiaoan's matter behind her and left the Celestial Commissioner quickly. She got on the sedan chair and went to the princess mansion. Don't get me wrong. She didn't go to give money to Shui Yun. She went to talk to Jing Qin. Yesterday, Jing Qin came suddenly. She was not prepared at all. She hurriedly sent him away. After one night, she felt that something was wrong. The portrait had been handed over to the palace. She had no clue what the emperor's plan was. As a last resort, she could only persuade Jing Qin to go to the palace to inquire about the news. Otherwise, she would be in the dark. When the supervisor of the Shui mansion was recognized and the whole Shui family was implicated, she only heard the news. By then, it would be too late. As for whether the Shui family really wanted to rebel, she had to wait until Shui Rui came back to make a long-term plan. Chapter 707. The guards of the princess's residence all recognized Yu Shu's face. Jing Qin had told them that if she came to find him, they didn't need to send a message and could directly invite her in. Lord Yu, please wait a moment. I will invite our young master to come over. The steward of the front yard was a tall and thin eunuch surnamed Ning. After eunuch Ning settled Yu Shu down, he left in a hurry. Jing Qin was the only master of the large princess's residence. As long as he returned to the residence, there would be a group of servants paying attention to him no matter where he was. Eunuch Ning casually asked a guard at the second gate and found out that Jing Qin was not in Sushi Pavilion at the moment, but with Great Aunt Shui Yun. Eunuch Ning searched all the way. Just as he walked to the door of the courtyard, he heard a burst of intermittent sobbing coming from inside. The sobbing sounded very sad. It seemed to be Aunt Shui Yun. Otherwise, what other woman would make a ruckus in the princess residence? Eunuch Ning hesitated for a moment and looked around the courtyard. There was no one in the courtyard, so he didn't dare to rush in. Shui Yun, don't be willful. Drink the medicine and rest. Tomorrow, I will report to the emperor and find someone to escort you back to Mount Longhu. Jing Qin came back not long ago. As soon as he entered the door, he heard the servant report that Shui Yun was angry and threw things all over the house. He was afraid that she would hurt her muscles and bones again, so he had to go and comfort her. Who knew that he would know that she hadn't taken medicine for half a month without him knowing? The medicine and ointment that he asked people to prepare were all secretly thrown away by her. I don't want to drink, Wu. I don't want you to care about me. Take the medicine away, take it away. After Shui Yun came back, she only asked the servant to wipe her face. She didn't even want to change her clothes. There were bald tea stains on her neckline. Her hair was disheveled and her eyelids were red and swollen. Tears were dripping down her eyes. She didn't look like her usual refreshing appearance. People couldn't bear to see her like this. Jing Qin frowned and handed the bowl of medicine to the servant. He reached out to hold her wheelchair to prevent her from moving. He tried to ease his tone and asked, "If you don't drink the medicine, how will your injured muscles and bones recover? If it becomes a chronic disease, you will no longer be able to use the black iron formula in the future. You will regret it." Shui Yun raised her trembling left hand and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. Like a child who had been wronged, she could no longer pretend to be indifferent to Jing Chen's estrangement. You've long been bewitched by that demoness to the point where you can't tell north from south. Why would you still care about whether I'm good or bad? Today, she bullied me like that, and you still say that it's my fault. What's wrong with me? I just don't want to see you foolishly being used by her. She didn't use me. Don't let your imagination run wild all day. Why didn't she use you? If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have been able to become an official in the Celestial Commissioner. She wouldn't have been able to strut around. From the beginning, I felt that she was a villain, but you liked her. No matter how I persuaded you, it was useless. Senior brother, if you don't listen to me now, sooner or later, she will sell you out for glory and wealth. At first, Jing Chen still patiently comforted her, but the more she talked, the more outrageous she became. His attitude suddenly became cold. I said that you don't need to worry about my affairs. This time, you came to make things difficult for me. I said that I would send you back to Mount Longhu. I wasn't trying to scare you. I will arrange for you to go as soon as possible. Don't make trouble anymore. At this point, he didn't want to blame anyone. But after getting to the bottom of it, he and Yushu changed from a pair of lovers to the situation they were in today because of Shui Yun. This time, he was determined to send her away. Shui Yun suddenly raised her head, and a pair of resentful eyes were glued to Jing Chen's face. Her red eyes were brewing emotions that he didn't understand, but he heard her hoarse voice. You and I were childhood sweethearts, and we grew up together. All the brothers and sisters in the sect knew that you had bad luck, so they all avoided you. Only I was not afraid of being implicated by you and treated you as always. Do you remember? When I was 11 and you were 15, because you saved a mountain man who was lost, he was eaten by a tiger on his way down the mountain. Martial Uncle punished you to face the wall at the top of the cliff, and no one was allowed to send you food. Only I was worried that you would be hungry, so I sneaked up the cliff to see you. I was careless and was bitten by a poisonous snake on the back of my neck, and I almost died. Hearing this, Jing Chen was in a trance for a moment, and then said softly, I remember. He starved on the cliff for 7 days, and every day, he only drank some sweet dew to quench his thirst and picked wild fruits to satisfy his hunger. On the 8th day, Shui Yun went up the cliff to look for him, and when she saw him, she fainted. He found that she was bitten by a poisonous snake, but he didn't have time to send her back for treatment. Instead, he sucked her blood to cure the poison and found the 7-step grass nearby to detoxify her. As a result, Shui Yun woke up and slapped him. Shui Yun let out a sorrowful laugh, and said, Then you must also remember that after I woke up, I slapped you. We, the people of the Tao sect, although hate the formalities, but we also know that there is a difference between men and women. You and I had skin contact, and you are the only man who has ever taken advantage of me. Senior Martial Brother, oh Senior Martial Brother, do you really not understand, or are you just pretending? You didn't understand my feelings for you before, but do you still not understand now? She looked at him in a daze, and couldn't help but feel a trace of hope in her chest. However, seeing his expression slowly change from surprise to helplessness, and from helplessness to embarrassment, but there was no joy, her heart sank inch by inch. Shui Yun, Jing Chen turned his head to avoid Shui Yun's burning gaze, and said in a low voice, I don't have any romantic feelings for you. He had read the biography of Lu Yi given to him by Yu Shu many times. That was the first time he knew about love, and she taught him what romantic feelings were. To him, it was something that he couldn't suppress no matter how many times he chanted the clear heart incantation. He had feelings for Xiaoyu, but he didn't have feelings for his junior sister. Then let me ask you a question, Shui Yun refused to back down, and raised her head to ask, in your heart, between me and Miss Yu, who is more important? Jing Chen shook his head, you are my junior sister, and she is my friend. Why do we have to compare? Then let me ask you this. If Miss Yu and I are in danger together, and you save one, but the other will die, then who will you save first? Jing Chen didn't know how to be perfunctory, and he didn't know how to lie. He thought for a moment, and then said, I can't choose. One was his junior sister from the same sect, and the other was the person he liked. He didn't want to see either of them die. Ha ha ha, Shu Yun suddenly laughed. As she laughed, tears fell, and she was indescribably sad. Why can't you choose? Didn't you already choose? Today, she and I were both humiliated. You looked at me coldly, but you didn't dare to blame her for me. Senior brother, you are so cruel to me. I came all the way to the capital to find you, hoping that you would find the person to destroy my life as soon as possible. Maybe one day, I can live with you together, but you threw away my sincere heart like a pair of worn-out shoes. How can I bear this? Ah. In the end, she was just a pitiful person who couldn't get what she wanted and couldn't get what she wanted. Listening to Shu Yun's accusations, Jing Chen couldn't help but blame himself. She cried so hard, but he was also moved. After hesitating for a moment, he finally raised his hand and gently placed it on her head, trying to forgive her for what she had done to others and herself. He had always wondered why she always targeted Yushu, and now he had the answer. Don't cry, it's all my fault. As he stroked her hair, all of Shu Yun's pride and backbone disappeared. She wrapped her arms around Jing Chen's waist, buried her head in his arms, and sobbed, Senior brother, don't ignore me. Don't hate me, let's be like before, okay? I will listen to you. You like Miss Yu, I won't fight with her anymore. If you let me drink the medicine, I will obediently drink the medicine. Don't let me go, senior brother, boo-hoo. Jing Chen's eyes dimmed. He patted her on the shoulder and let her vent for a while. It wasn't until her crying gradually subsided and her tears dried up that he made a promise with her, don't interfere in my affairs anymore, don't target Yushu anymore. Take good care of your injuries. If you can do it, I won't send you away. Otherwise, I won't believe anything you say anymore. Shu Yun hurriedly nodded and promised, I'll remember, I won't do it again. The two had just made an agreement. Eunuch Ning, who had been waiting outside for a long time, finally waited until the crying inside stopped. Then he quietly went to the door and reported in a loud voice, Young master, official Yu is here to visit. The two people in the room heard it at the same time. Shu Yun twisted her neck uncomfortably. Jing Chen glanced at her, walked to the door, opened it, and said to Eunuch Ning, who was standing there with a shrimp-like waist, let's go, take me there. Wait, Shu Yun hurriedly stopped him and ignored Eunuch Ning. She bit her lip and begged, can I go with you? I want to see Miss Yu and apologize to her in person. Jing Chen didn't say anything. He just quietly observed the expression on her face to see if she was sincere. I'm serious, Shu Yun sniffed and said with a pout, can you believe me again? Call someone in to help you freshen up. I'll wait for you outside. Yushu sat for more than an hour. In the middle, she got up and walked her legs twice before Jing Chen came. Seeing Jing Chen push Shu Yun in, Yushu's eyebrows were almost raised to her forehead. She glanced at Shu Yun's eyelids that were so swollen that she could barely open them, then shifted her gaze to Jing Chen. She saw that there was a patch of uneven color at the waist of his white robe. She immediately had an idea. Jing Chen, I have something to discuss with you. Can I talk to you in private? Outside of the Celestial Commissioner, Yushu didn't deliberately call him the right magistrate to make sarcastic remarks about Jing Chen, not to mention that she was the one asking for help. Jing Chen could see that she didn't want to see Shu Yun. He wanted to explain, but Shu Yun said first, Miss Yu, I insisted on seeing you. Can you listen to me first? Yushu squinted at her and saw that Shu Yun was struggling to keep her eyelids open and trying to pretend to be sincere. She didn't think much of it in her heart. This morning at Taishi restaurant, she fought with her like a black-eyed chicken. Now she came to show off. She didn't buy it. I have nothing to say to you. Seeing that Yu Shu refused to buy it, Shu Yun turned her head and gave Jing Chen a pleading look. Jing Chen didn't want Yu Shu to misunderstand, so he had to say, Shu Yun knows she was wrong. She wants to apologize to you. Shu Yun hurriedly replied, yes, I'm here to apologize. Today's matter was my fault. I shouldn't have made up those crimes to frame you. I already know I was wrong. Can you forgive me this time for the sake of senior brother's feelings? I promised my senior brother that I won't make things difficult for you in the future. Hearing this, Yu Shu pursed her lips and looked at the sincere Shu Yun with a faint smile. She said, there's no need to apologize. I can't accept it. Besides, you maliciously spread rumors about me. I also scolded you a few times. It's not like I lost anything. Shu Yun's expression was a bit embarrassed. In fact, what Yu Shu said was right. The person who lost today wasn't the other person, but she. Is there anything else? If not, can you leave for a while? I have something important to talk to Jing Chen about. It's not convenient for you to be present. Yu Shu's straightforwardness was annoying. Although Shu Yun was mentally prepared to be ridiculed by her, when she really met her, she realized that she had overestimated her forbearance. Go back and rest. Jing Chen turned his back and whispered to Shu Yun, remember what you promised me. Finishing, he ignored Shu Yun's hesitant expression and had eunuch Ning send her away. When Shu Yun left, Jing Chen and Yu Shu intentionally didn't mention her again. It was as if the assessment during the day hadn't happened. The two went to a quiet place and the servants left. Only then did they feel at ease to talk. What urgent matter is there to find me so urgently? Jing Chen knew that Yu Shu wouldn't come to the Princess Fu for no reason. On the way here, Yu Shu thought about it and decided to tell Jing Chen, I want to tell you something. You have to be calm. Whether you are surprised or angry, you have to listen to what I have to say. Jing Chen was confused, but he still nodded and promised her, speak, I'm listening. Yu Shu looked around and made sure there wasn't a single person around. She moved closer to him and said in a small voice, the portrait you gave me yesterday, I know who that person is. Jing Chen's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but press his hands down on the stone table. My eldest brother has a chief in his fu, surnamed Su. Last May, I saw him in Yang. As expected, Jing Chen was shocked and said, your eldest brother, Shui Rui. It's his family servant. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The person who caused him to lose his memory and be seriously injured was actually the right prime minister. Yu Shu frowned and said, I'd rather I made a mistake. Unless the Governor Su has a twin brother who looks exactly like him, I won't make a mistake. She didn't have a photographic memory, but some people and things that left a deep impression on her, once she remembered them, she wouldn't forget them easily. Jing Chen was silent. Yu Shu didn't have the mood to guess what he was thinking at the moment. She talked to him according to the draft she prepared on the way. At present, you only remember such a person. You can't confirm who ordered him to kill you, and it may not be Minister Shui. But if you give the portrait to the emperor, once they find out who the person in the portrait is, the whole Shui family will be out of luck. Even my eldest brother will be suspected by the emperor as a traitor. I'll tell you the truth. I just want you to do me a favor. Go to the palace and find out if the emperor wants to put up a wanted poster or conduct a secret search. You have to let me know. Don't keep me in the dark. Yu Shu shamelessly came to plead with Jing Chen. She also knew that this was not moral. Jing Chen was the victim, but she wanted to persuade him to help her keep a lookout for the suspect. So she didn't want to lie to him. But she had no other way. In order to protect Shui Rui, she could only put down the old grudges and come to Jing Chen to ask for a favor. Don't you have any doubts? Jing Chen suddenly asked her, if it was Prime Minister Shui who sent people to kill me, how could Shui Rui not know about it? Do you believe him so much? Yu Shu frowned. Her eyes met his probing gaze indifferently, and she slowly said a few words. Chapter 708. Yu Shu finally persuaded Jing Chen to help her enter the palace to inquire about the news. She declined his invitation and left with eunuch Ning. When she was about to reach the main gate, she was called from behind. "Miss Yu, please wait." It turned out that Shui Yun and the others were waiting here. Yu Shu didn't have a good expression when she saw her, but Shui Yun seemed to have no self-awareness and sent eunuch Ning away. Together with the maidservant who was pushing the wheelchair, only the two of them were left in the aisle facing each other. Yu Shu waited to see what other tricks she had up her sleeve, so she didn't turn around and leave. Just now, when Jing Chen brought her to apologize, Yu Shu knew that Shui Yun wasn't sincerely convinced. Sure enough, now that Jing Chen wasn't in front of her, Shui Yun let the cat out of the bag as soon as she opened her mouth. "Don't be complacent. I promised my senior brother that I wouldn't make trouble for you, but if I find out that you dare to do something unfavorable to him, I will never let you go." Yu Shu rolled her eyes at her. She had never seen such a shameless person. She was clearly the one who deserved it. Now that things had come to this, she was still saying such harsh words to her. She was simply asking for a beating. "There are some things that I'm too lazy to say, but you always don't know when to stop. I think it's better to make it clear to you, lest you think that I don't care and will forgive you easily." Yu Shu clasped her arms with one hand and tilted her head to play with her nails. Her eyes were full of ridicule as she stared at her and said, "In the past, you and I didn't interfere with each other. It was you who first tried to harm my life. I didn't care about your past friendship with Jing Chen, but who would have thought that you didn't repent and tried to do bad things to me again and again? After thinking about it, you keep pestering me and won't let me go. Could it be that you are a young girl who is yearning for love and admires your good senior brother, which is why you hate me? Am I right?" Shui Yun showed a trace of anger on her face when her thoughts were exposed. She gritted her teeth and didn't admit it. When Yu Shu saw this, she giggled and said, "It's a pity. The falling flower is longing for love, but the heartless stream is heartless. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if Jing Chen and I can't become a couple, he will absolutely not let you have your wish. I advise you to give up your wishful thinking." Shui Yun secretly warned herself not to listen to Yu Shu's nonsense, but Yu Shu's tone was so firm that she couldn't help but retort, "I grew up with senior brother. Don't I know better than you what kind of person he is? Don't provoke us here. Tsk tisk." Yu Shu shook her head and looked at her with sympathy. "If you really knew him well, you wouldn't have become so ugly and disgusting. He's not blind. Why would he like a girl like you?" Shui Yun knew that she was deliberately angering her, but she couldn't restrain her anger. She retorted sarcastically, "If he doesn't like me, could it be that he likes a woman with a heart as poisonous as snakes and scorpions like you?" Yu Shu put away her smile and said coldly, "Even if I have a heart as poisonous as snakes and scorpions, I'm still better than a shitstirrer like you. She was the one who came to harm her life first, and then she was the one who didn't let it go. In the end, she still had the right to scold her for being vicious." When Shui Yun heard Yu Shu ridicule her, she was so angry that her face turned red. She grabbed the armrest of the wheelchair and said loudly, "Who are you calling a shitstirrer? I'm talking about you." Yu Shu looked at her from top to bottom with a face full of disgust and maliciously said, "Shitstirrer, you don't know what you're doing all day long. You're dirty yourself, but you can't even see others clean. I hate people like you the most. If it weren't for the fact that I don't like the stench on your body and don't want to dirty my hands, I would have already slapped you dozens of times with your shamelessness and let you show off in front of me again. In the future, you'd better not appear in my sight again. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll take care of you. After saying these harsh words, Yu Shu didn't give Shui Yun a chance to catch her breath. She flung her sleeves and strode away. Shui Yun, who had been stifled by Yu Shu, was left behind. Her face was as red as a pig's liver, and she almost fainted. Originally, she had purposely waited here to warn Yu Shu not to get close to Jingchen again. Who would have thought that instead of scaring her away, she would be scolded? By the time she caught her breath, Yu Shu had long disappeared. What else could she do? She could only swallow her anger. She suffered a beating for nothing, but she couldn't let Jingchen know, lest he wrap her up and send her back to Mount Longhu in a fit of anger. When Yu Shu came out of the princess's residence, her footsteps were a bit lighter. On one hand, she talked to Jingchen. On the other hand, she killed an elite monster, Shui Yun, before she left. It wasn't easy for her to have a good time. When she got home, she first covered her head and slept. In the middle of it, she woke up to eat dinner before going back to sleep. She only woke up the next day when the rooster crowed. She estimated that Song Dolly should have arrived at Fenghua Manor by now. Perhaps he had already met Shui Rui and brought her words to him. Calculating the distance, Shui Rui would only be back tomorrow at the earliest. It was useless for Yu Shu to be anxious. She could only suppress the anxiety in her heart and go to the Celestial Commissioner's office as usual. 2 days ago, everyone was avoiding her when they saw her, but today, they were being intimate again. It must be because of what happened during her evaluation yesterday. She secured her official position, but Shui Yun was expelled. The rumors about her seducing third young masterine were dispelled. She greeted the people around her along the way and dragged her way to the Kunling Bureau. She saw someone waiting at the gate. It was Cui Shui. She had promised to waive her 30,000 taels gambling debt yesterday. He was worried that she would go back on her word, so he came to arrest her early in the morning. However, Yu Shu didn't think about reneging on her debt. She led Cui Shui into the bureau with a smile and brought him to her office. She sent Wen Xiao and to the door, and Cui Shui took out the 30,000 taels IOU that he had retyped and exchanged it for the 60,000 taels IOU written by Cui Axayan in Yu Shu's hands. Yu Shu didn't feel bad about losing 30,000 taels of debt. This kind of free money that came from nowhere, she would feel guilty if she took it. Cui Shui went back as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Wen Xiao and walked him to the door and then turned back. He stood in front of Yu Shu, looking as if he had something to say but was too shy to say it. Yu Shu couldn't stand it and pushed away the documents in her hands. She used her index finger to knock on the table and urged, "Don't hesitate. If you have something to say, say it. If not, go to work." Wen Xiao then said, "I thought about what you warned me yesterday. I felt that I can't waste my time like this. I want to go back to Taisher Library to continue my studies." Yu Shu raised her eyelids. Wen Xiao and was afraid that she would misunderstand, so he quickly explained, "It's like this. I think the bureau is not busy sometimes, but there are many things in the last 10 days of each month. I thought about it. Every day, I will come to the Kunling Bureau to work for you. In the afternoon, I will squeeze out some time to go to Taisher Library to listen to the lectures of the academicians. After a long time, I will gain knowledge. It's better than being a dabbler now. Even if you want to promote me, I don't have the ability." When Yu Shu came to the Kunling Bureau to be an official, she never went to Taisher Library again. After Wen Xiao and was accepted by her, he also didn't go there. There were many rules in Taisher Library, but there was no rule that one would be expelled if he skipped classes. Therefore, it was a good idea for Wen Xiao and to take time to go back to accumulate knowledge. Yu Shu thought for a moment. She could do without Wen Xiao, and so she asked him, "You have been absent for 3 months. If you go back like this, will the original academicians still be willing to teach you attentively? If you meet someone with a bad temper, they may kick you out on the spot. Taisha Library would not expel him, but the academicians always had the right not to let him attend classes. Wen Xiaoan also thought about this. He said bitterly, "You have to try to know everything. I sincerely want to learn. They can't kick me out every day." Seeing that he was not afraid of boiling water, Yu Shu smiled. She supported her chin with one hand and pointed out a way for him. "It's hard to say for others, but I used to be a student of Academician Fang of the Eccentric Arts Department. His granddaughter and I are good sisters. I can help you to ask Academician Fang to teach you. Well, there is also Academician Sima Kue of the Astrology Department. I can also help you talk to him." Hearing this, Wen Xiaoan was overjoyed. Yu Shu was willing to help him, which meant that she agreed to let him study separately. He also knew that his request was a little excessive. He was really ashamed, so he immediately bowed to her and said in a muffled voice, "I will never forget your kindness. Don't say nice words. You know how to work hard, so that my cultivation of you will not be in vain." Yu Shu felt that she didn't waste her breath yesterday. Wen Xiaoan was enlightened, so she could be less worried. After all, she had accepted this little brother, so she had to be responsible for him. "Let's do it this way. I'll go to Taisha Library with you after I finish my business this afternoon and help you clear things up." Chapter 709. After Shui Yun left, Yu Shu didn't have to work from 9 to 5 anymore. Seeing that there was nothing to do in the afternoon, she told Xie Lan and left early with Wen Xiaoan. If she wanted to plead, she couldn't go empty-handed. Considering that Wen Xiaoan didn't have much money, Yu Shu went back to the mansion first. She picked a few things from the small warehouse she had saved up and put them in lacquer boxes. Then she went to the market and bought 2 baskets of fresh peaches and plums. Then she went to Taisha Shuyuan to look for Wen Xiaoan. Yu Shu was now a celebrity in Taisha Shuyuan. When she became the Celestial Commissioner overnight, some people were not convinced and made irresponsible remarks. But after the Water and Land Conference, there were no more such voices. The students who had taken classes with her all felt honored when they mentioned her. It should be known that Yu Shu wasn't someone anyone could see. For those who hadn't seen her, she was equivalent to a legendary figure. Yu Shu and Wen Xiaoan didn't forget to take their waist tags. After entering the door, they were recognized soon. Several young students rushed to greet them. There were 2 men and 1 woman. They were all older than Yu Shu, but they were all respectful when they saw her. Yu Shu said a few words to them. Seeing that they were all cautious, she didn't talk much. She just asked them where Fang Zijing and Sima Kue were at this moment. Coincidentally, both academicians were there. One was in Shushui Tang, and the other was at the observatory. Yu Shu looked at the sunset and took Wen Xiaoan to Shushui Tang first. When they arrived, the class hadn't ended yet. Looking in from outside the door, they saw a room full of young teachers who were all immersed in writing. No one noticed that there were 2 people at the door. Fang Zijing, who was sitting in the hall and drinking tea, raised his head inadvertently and saw Yu Shu. Yu Shu smiled at him, bowed her head, and cupped her hands in greeting. Although the emperor had granted her a title and she didn't have to salute officials below the 3rd rank, Fang Zijing could be considered as half her benevolent teacher, so how could she be rude? Fang Zijing raised his grizzled eyebrows and blew at his mustache. He did not seem very pleased to see her, but he rose shakily to his feet and carried his purple linen sleeve pot towards the door. As soon as he moved, some of the students below sensed it. They turned their heads to look, and their eyes widened. Good, look who it is. Someone sat close to Situ Qinglan and knew that she was close to Yu Shu, so he poked her shoulder and asked, "Is that official Yu?" No one dared to call him by his name. Those who had once sat cross-legged with him had to call him my lord. Situ Qinglan turned around. It was really her. Then, people discovered Yushu's arrival one after another. Without waiting for Fang Zijing to cross the threshold, Su Shuitang was in an uproar. Fang Zijing suddenly turned his head and snorted. The people behind him immediately became quiet. Only Situ Qinglan was brave enough to stand up and follow him out. Yushu smiled and invited Fang Zijing to the corridor to talk. She nodded at Situ Qinglan, who came out from behind. She didn't mention Wen Xiaoan first. She just wanted to ask if the teacher was in good health and if he was still so energetic after not seeing him for a long time. Fang Zijing didn't fall for her trick. He had already seen Wen Xiaoan behind her with a gift basket in his hand. He raised his hand to take a sip of strong tea and asked directly, "Who is this boy?" Yushu took the opportunity to push Wen Xiaoan in front of him. She first told him his identity and how much he admired Fang Zijing. Then she praised Wen Xiaoan, saying that he was a young talent, steady, kind, righteous, and filial. In short, Wen Xiaoan himself blushed when he heard it. Finally, he poked him with his elbow. Wen Xiaoan didn't hesitate at the critical moment. He came up and knelt down in front of Fang Zijing. He put the things in his hands on the ground and raised his hands high above his head. He bowed deeply to Fang Zijing and said, "Sir, please allow me to be your disciple." Then, he kowtowed loudly. Fang Zijing was startled by his action. His goatee twitched, and he subconsciously raised his hand to help him up. "Get up." Yushu hurriedly said, "Get up. Academician Fang has agreed to accept you." As soon as Fang Zijing's hand touched Wen Xiaoan's sleeve, the latter straightened up with a happy face. Fang Zijing couldn't say no to him. At this time, he realized what had happened. He stared at Yushu and said, "You really know how to take advantage of the situation." Although he said that, he didn't embarrass Wen Xiaoan. He first called Wen Xiaoan up and asked him a few simple questions. When he learned that Wen Xiaoan's studies were delayed because he was a subordinate official for Yushu, Wen Xiaoan looked a little better. Fang Zijing was hesitating. Situ Qinglan, who had been listening for a while, suddenly said, "Grandpa, I think Mr. Wen is very sincere. Please accept him." The three juniors in front of him begged, so Fang Zijing finally agreed. He asked Situ Qinglan to tell Wen Xiaoan about his rules, and then turned back to the room. As soon as he left, Situ Qinglan chatted with Yushu for a while and told Wen Xiaoan about the day of the class. Then she took Wen Xiaoan's gift and said goodbye to Yushu. After making a good start with Fang Zijing, Yushu took Wen Xiaoan to Sima Kuei and did the same thing. Sima Kuei's temper was much better than Fang Zijing's, so he immediately agreed to let Wen Xiaoan come back to class. Coming out of the observatory, Wen Xiaoan mentioned the two academicians he had paid respects to the first time. One was Jing Qin, who had already left his post to become the Celestial Commissioner. The other was Academician Qi of the Department of Feng Shui, and the other was Han Wenguang of the Department of Arithmetic. He originally wanted to pay respects to the other two. Even if he couldn't be their apprentice, he couldn't be rude. However, when Yushu heard the names of the two people, she frowned. Wen Xiaoan had learned to read people's faces these days. Seeing this, he hurriedly asked her what was wrong. Yushu didn't hide it from him. She walked under the screen wall and said bluntly, "When I first arrived at the LoveLore Library, I went to pay respects to Academician Qi, but he refused to see me. The other Academician Han was my enemy. I don't know if you have heard that I passed the Dian exam and ranked first. My family held a banquet in the Wangji building to celebrate my success. However, Han Wenguang sent several disciples to provoke me and was humiliated by me. As for Academician Qi, he was on good terms with Han Wenguang, so he didn't care about me. If Wen Shao and was an ordinary friend of hers, she had no reason to care about his dealings. However, he was her subordinate, a little brother who swore to work for her, so she couldn't do that. She couldn't tolerate sand in her eyes. Wen Shao and followed her lead. After hearing what she said, he no longer mentioned paying respects to Academician Qi and Han Wenguang. Yu Shu waited for 2 days, but Shui Rui didn't come back from Fenghua Mansion. However, Jing Chen came to her and told her the worst news. Emperor Zhao Qing wanted to put up the wanted posters on the imperial list. He couldn't wait to catch all the traitors who threatened his Dawn Kingdom, so he chose such a direct and effective method to find them. The imperial list was very different from the usual wanted posters issued by the government. This was an order from the emperor himself, so it was easy to search the whole country. Such an extreme method could only be used by the imperial court. Unless it was a villain who had committed a great crime, the imperial court wouldn't mobilize so many people. Therefore, Governor Su of the Shui family had become a wanted criminal of the imperial court without knowing it. The emperor gave the order yesterday. He didn't trust others to do it, so he appointed Guo Huai and, the officer of the Supreme Court, to give my portrait to him in the name of the murder cases in LoveLore Library. He found a dozen painters to paint it overnight and secretly send it to the surrounding counties. At the latest 2 days, the imperial list will be everywhere in Anling City. Jing Chen kept frowning when he said this. Yu Shu's heart skipped a beat. She thought of many things in an instant. The supervisor of the Shui family was not an ordinary servant. There must be many people who had seen him. The person who took over this matter was Guo Huai and, the officer of the Supreme Court. He was Shui Rui's immediate superior. Who knew if he had seen Governor Su? Maybe before the imperial list was posted, someone would arrest the Shui family. Should she rejoice that the emperor was worried about Jing Chen's identity as a great calamity and didn't order the person in the portrait to be wanted as a traitor? What should she do? Things seemed to have reached a point of no return. Should she go to the Shui family now to find Prime Minister Shui and tell him that the supervisor of the Shui family was going to be wanted by the emperor as a traitor and that they should pack up and run away? She didn't even need to think to know that this was utterly impossible. Putting aside whether Shui Rui's grandfather would believe her words, what if Jing Chen was murdered in Jianya City, and the deaths of those people in LoveLore Library were really done by people sent by the Shui clan? If she went to inform Shui Lingnan, she would be looking for death. Yu Shu stood there in a daze, her eyes staring blankly. Jing Chen waited for a while, but she didn't reply. Seeing her bewildered look, he couldn't tell what he was feeling. He could only try to comfort her. Maybe it's not as serious as you think. Even if we catch Governor Su, we can't conclude that the Shui family is rebelling. This matter needs to be investigated by the Supreme Court before we can make a decision. Yu Shu shook her head with a bitter smile. There were some words that she couldn't say to Jing Chen. She used the time of misfortune law to predict Shui Rui's misfortune every night for 3 days in a row. She calculated until dozens of days later, but she encountered a rare, blind spot. This was the drawback of the time of misfortune law. Obviously, the Shui family was going to be in trouble, but she couldn't predict what disaster would happen to Shui Rui. This meant that what Shui Rui was going to encounter was a disaster that she didn't record in her Book of Life and Death. According to the situation, it was nothing more than rebellion and implicating. Since ancient times, when it was involved in the crime of rebellion, even the sons and grandsons of princes couldn't escape death. This was a disaster that involved 9 generations. She looked at Jing Chen anxiously. Thinking of the death that Shui Rui might face, an idea that she shouldn't have appeared in her mind. She said it without hesitation, Can you go to the palace now and tell His Majesty that you remembered something again? You remembered it wrong before, and it wasn't the person in the portrait who harmed you. You only saw that person once when you were being chased. There was a moment of disbelief on Jing Chen's face. His clear, black pupils shrank slightly. This caused him to look both shocked and confused. After Yu Shu said it, she felt that she had gone too far. She just didn't want Shui Rui to be in trouble, but she didn't put herself in Jing Chen's shoes. Standing in his shoes, when he was stabbed with silver needles, seriously injured to the point of almost dying, and suffering from amnesia and speechlessness, if it were her, she would never let the murderer go. Now, she asked Jing Chen to go to the palace to retract the confession. It was really forcing him. "I'm sorry." This apology came from Jing Chen's mouth. He slowly recovered from his surprise and shook his head at Yu Shu. He said in a low voice, "I can't do this. Did you forget that the person who harmed me might be the person who wanted to kill you? You absolutely can't let them go." Yu Shu felt her heart tighten. Even if she had already looked down on the past relationship with Jing Chen, she could still clearly feel the weight of her in Jing Chen's heart. "I'm not saying to let them go, what I mean is," Jing Chen didn't listen to her. He stood up and put on a posture of refusal. His expression was cold, and his tone was uncharacteristically tough. "Don't try to persuade me. Don't try to persuade me. I won't listen to you on this matter. I can promise to help you enter the palace to gather information, but I can't help you lie. Have you ever thought about the 2 female students who died in LoveLore Library? They were so innocent. You only thought about the safety of your sworn brother. Have you ever thought about yourself? Have you ever thought about the people who became your scapegoat?" This was the first time that Jing Chen had said such harsh words to Yu Shu since they had parted ways. He had seen the fickleness of the world. He was no longer that greenhorn. He had his own principles of right and wrong. Yu Shu's expression was extremely ugly, but she felt that she was in the wrong and didn't argue with Jing Chen. Seeing that it was a dead end, she could only give up. "I'll go back first. I'll tell you when I have news." Jing Chen was probably afraid that Yu Shu would try to persuade him again, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. He didn't wait for Yu Shu to ask him to leave and left in a hurry. After he left, Yu Shu sat for half an hour. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, she wiped her face and went back to her room to ask the servants to boil water for a bath. She washed herself from head to toe and drank half a pot of strong tea to force her mind to calm down. In the dead of night, she closed the door and took out the little green hut. She burned a stick of Tihu incense and took out the 6 lines copper coin that she was used to using. She focused on divining for Shui Rui. The 6 lines magic asked for the near but not the far. It asked for details but not the brief. To ask about human affairs, one must know the eye of 4 lines, otherwise there was no way to start. Therefore, when she found that she couldn't calculate the fortune or misfortune of Shui Rui, she couldn't immediately burn the incense to ask. Instead, she waited for Jing Chen to bring the exact news before using the Tihu incense. In this way, she divined until the dawn outside the window. The moon set and the sun rose. "Master, it's time to get up." Someone knocks on the door, but Yu Shu doesn't pay attention to it. There are a few Yao coins scattered beside her hand, and she holds a dry brush pen in one hand. She stares at the messy Yao numbers on the toilet paper in a trance, changing them into good or bad luck. As a result, she gradually became clear. She closed her sore eyes and her head was buzzing. It was bad, very bad. According to her calculations, the Shui clan wouldn't be able to escape a calamity after the imperial bulletin was posted. Shui Rui had the calamity of imprisonment on him, and he was on the verge of a calamity. Moreover, there were 5 ghosts by his side and villains causing mischief, so it was difficult to see a chance of survival. Yu Shu could imagine that when the whole Shui family was in prison, many people were waiting to hit them when they were down. They were involved in the case of treason. It was almost a death sentence. Who dared to get involved in the disaster of the whole family? Not to mention helping them, she was afraid that they couldn't wait to get rid of the trouble. The last wisp of Tihu incense burned out. The fresh fragrance seemed to be pervasive. Yushu closed her eyes and greedily inhaled the refreshing smell. When she opened her eyes again, there was a circle of bright brilliance in her black and white eyes, which swept away the previous decadence. Chapter 7:10. On the 15th day of the 10th month, a peddler who had gone out to do business with a shoulder pole passed by the gate of the yamen. He found that many people were gathered under the notice board, pointing and discussing something. He walked closer curiously and saw that there was a notice with yellow edges pasted on the wooden board that was hanging high up. He heard someone say, "TSK TSK, this is a wanted criminal of the imperial court." The higher-ups say that he has killed several people. Whoever can catch him and send him to the yamen can get 100 taels of gold. The peddler was illiterate. He clicked his tongue and stared at the portrait on the left. It was a man in his 40s, with broad eyebrows, long and narrow eyes, and a small mustache on his mouth. Just as the imperial notice was put up, someone recognized the wanted criminal of the imperial court on the portrait. This person happened to be a guest of Ning Wangfu. Once he found out about this, he went straight to Ning Wangfu without a word. Wow, the second chief steward of Prime Minister Shui's Fu was actually a wanted criminal by the emperor. Lu Hao was in the Fu at the moment and didn't go anywhere. There was supposed to be a court conference on the 15th day of the lunar month, but after the Mid-Autumn Festival, the emperor lifted his confinement order but didn't allow him to return to court. He could only hold it in. When Lu Hao heard the news, he was stunned for a moment and then laughed. He waved his hand and rewarded the person with a gold ingot. He turned around and went to discuss with his confidants how to handle it. With Lu Hao's natural political sensitivity, the emperor suddenly issued an imperial notice of a wanted criminal without any warning. It could be seen that the situation was tense. The criminal couldn't have just killed a few people. There was more to this than meets the eye. Ning Wangfu had 2 advisors with outstanding strategies. They immediately gave Lu Hao a few excellent ideas. One of them was to strike first and gain the upper hand. It suited Lu Hao the best. The second chief steward of Shui's Fu wasn't an ordinary person. There were many people in Anling who knew him, so no one dared to expose him for a while. This credit couldn't be left unclaimed by Ning Wang and his subordinates. He had to find the most suitable person. Who was this person? King Ning's cousin, 3rd young master of Prime Minister Yin's residence, left vice commander of the Yulin Guards, Yin Yuanrong. There were 2 advantages to letting Yin Yuanrong go. Firstly, Yin Yuanrong was the commander of the Yulin Royal Guards, which was His Majesty's Imperial Guards. He could directly lead his troops to the Shui residence to capture the person. The greater the commotion, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Shui family. The Ministry of Justice was full of Shui Lingnan's people. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, the case would definitely be handled by the Supreme Court. The Chancellor of the Supreme Court, Guo Huaiyan, was a stubborn person. If they wanted to get first-hand information, someone had to be involved. If Yin Yuanrong was the first to arrest the person, he would definitely be able to find a way to interfere. Third, even though they were cousins, but everyone knew that Yin Yuanrong and Ning Wangfu did not interact frequently. After the incident, no one would think of Lu Hao. Therefore, Lu Hao immediately gave the order. Quickly go and find out where Yuanrong is right now. Send an unfamiliar person to take down the imperial notice and find him. We must have him bring people to the Shui manor to capture him. Even if Yin Yuanrong did not want to get into trouble, he could not turn a blind eye to someone taking down the imperial notice to sue him. That would be defying the emperor's order. Less than 2 hours after the imperial notice was posted in the busy streets of Anling City, a small group of Yulin Royal Guards arrived at the gate of the Shui manor. The left deputy commander of the Yulin Royal Guards, Yin Yuanrong, led the way with a straight face. He knocked on the door and entered. Xue Lingnan had just returned from the palace. Because of what happened in the morning court, he was not in a good mood, so he wandered in the garden to relax. In order to fight for the right to lead the army to the Wei Kingdom, several generals fought fiercely in the morning court. Today, the faction of the left prime minister expressed their stance and brought up the matter of Lord Dongjing leading the army again. The emperor looked hesitant, but in fact, he was already impatient. Xue Lingnan did not comment on whether Lord Dongjing was leading the army or not. He had discussed this matter with Xue Rui in private. Both grandfather and grandson thought that it was not the right time to send troops to attack the Wei Kingdom now. Master, something has happened. A low shout interrupted Xue Lingnan's thoughts. He turned around with his hands behind his back and saw the old steward, who had always been steady, running towards him from the other side of the flower pond. What's the hurry? The old steward was old. He stopped to catch his breath and reported, the Yulin royal guards came to arrest someone. They took the imperial notice and said that Su Li of our manor is a wanted criminal of the imperial court under the emperor's order. I've calmed him down. You should hurry to the front and have a look. Xue Lingnan was confused. What wanted criminal of the imperial court? What imperial notice? The old steward was so anxious that he could not explain clearly. Xue Lingnan could only rush to the front yard with doubts. Turning around the winding corridor, they could see from afar that there were more than 10 imperial guards dressed in black and red armor standing in the corridor in front of the main hall. The person in the lead was wearing a silver soft armor and a cloud crown. He had a youthful face full of vigor. He was actually the third son of the Yin family. Minister Xue. Yin Yuanrong had no choice but to come to Xue Lingnan. His expression was a little sour. He cupped his hands towards Xue Lingnan and performed a simple military salute, calling him minister instead of prime minister. Of the 6 ministries, only the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Personnel maintained the position of minister. The other 4 ministries were headed by the left and right assistant ministers. Yin Yuanrong's grandfather, Yin Tianho, was the minister of the Ministry of Personnel, while Xue Lingnan was the minister of the Ministry of War. When Xue Lingnan heard the way he addressed him, he knew that the man had come to deal with official matters. With a solemn expression, he asked, "May I know the reason why Commander Yin has brought people to my manor to arrest someone?" Yin Yuanrong did not waste words. He waved the imperial notice in his hand and said, "This is the imperial notice that was posted early this morning. Take a look for yourself." The old steward went forward to receive it. When he stole a glance at the portrait on it, his heart immediately jumped. He stiffly handed it over to Xue Lingnan. Then, Xue Lingnan saw the portrait on the notice and the wanted poster. His expression abruptly changed, and his hands trembled slightly. Seeing this, Yin Yuanrong said, "Just now, someone removed the imperial notice to report to me that he knows the person in the portrait." As he said this, he dragged a timid scholar over and patted his shoulder. The scholar met Xue Lingnan's fierce gaze and stammered, I know the person in the portrait. It's a chief steward of this manor with the surname Su. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Yuanrong pulled him to the side and said to Xue Lingnan, "You heard him. Would the old minister please call this head steward Su out to see me so that I can verify his authenticity?" Xue Lingnan held the imperial notice that had been smeared with starch. His emotions fluctuated several times. No one knew what he was thinking at the moment. "Go find Su Li," he turned around and ordered. "Master." A few drops of cold sweat appeared on the old steward's forehead. He called out as if he was pleading, but did not move. Xue Lingnan's expression darkened. He ordered, "Go find him." Based on this situation, Yin Yuanrong more or less had an idea. This Governor Su of the Xue Manor most likely had the same face as the criminal in the portrait on the imperial notice. He scrutinized Xue Lingnan's expression without the slightest hesitation. The imperial notice was vague. It only said that the criminal was a murderer, but it didn't say who he had killed and why the emperor had ordered him to be wanted. As the chief steward of the Prime Minister Manor, he must be Shui Lingnan's confidant. How could Shui Lingnan not be involved in the serious crime he had committed? Chapter 7:11. The second chief steward of the Shui estate was a wanted criminal by the imperial court. The imperial army broke into the prime minister's estate in broad daylight and captured him. This news seemed to grow wings and spread to the ears of many people. Yin Yuanrong brought Su Li to the yamen of the Supreme Court, with Shui Lingnan following him. Even though this head steward Su bore a striking resemblance to the criminal on the imperial proclamation, he insisted that he hadn't killed anyone, so they needed to verify his words. The group arrived at the Supreme Court and brought the person in front of Guo Huaiyan. Guo Huaiyan hadn't been able to sleep well for the past 2 days. When he first received the portrait from the emperor, he had fallen into a situation where it was unrewarding to do so. He and the Shui Lingnan family had been friends for generations and often interacted. How could he not recognize Su Li? He wanted to remind Shui Lingnan, but the emperor had ordered him to keep his mouth shut. Before the proclamation was published, he was not allowed to say anything. Even the dozen or so temporary painters were separated and supervised separately. After they finished painting, they were not allowed to go home. This made Guo Huaiyan not dare to act rashly. Thus, when things came to a head, everyone was kept in the dark. Now that he saw Shui Lingnan, he felt a trace of awkwardness. Due to Yin Yuanrong's presence, he couldn't say anything. Shui Lingnan also wouldn't take the initiative to speak. He stood to the side and watched Su Li explain himself. "Milord, you've wronged me. This one has never committed a crime and I don't know why I have the same face as the criminal on the imperial proclamation. Milord, please investigate and clear this one's name." Strictly speaking, Su Li was not a servant. In his early years, when Shui Lingnan was leading the army into battle, he was once a foot soldier and earned military merits. Later, when Shui Lingnan handed over his military power, he willingly stayed under Shui Lingnan as a steward. He was loyal and devoted, and knew how to repay kindness. Guo Huaiyan had a headache. Emperor Zhao Qing had issued a secret edict. Once someone was caught, there was no need for a public trial. First, the person would be locked up and strictly guarded, awaiting punishment. At the time, he hadn't expected the criminal to be a rather respectable chief steward of the Shui family. Since you know that you look exactly like the person in the portrait, you should be suspicious. Someone, bring this suspect into prison and temporarily detain him. After Guo Huaiyan finished speaking, he glanced at Shui Lingnan, as if afraid that Shui Lingnan would question him. However, Shui Lingnan didn't say anything to stop him. The Supreme Court has always been fair and just. If you have not committed a crime, they will not misjudge you. On the other hand, if you have committed a crime, they will not let you get away scot-free. Ali, take care of yourself. After hearing his words, Su Li seemed to be calmer than before. He did not struggle and allowed the officers to take him away. When Yin Yuanrong saw that there was nothing for him to do, he was happy to be at ease. With a wave of his hand, he led his men away. Guo Huaiyan coughed twice and invited Shui Lingnan to the back hall. Now that there was no one else around, she apologized to him and said guiltily, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but His Majesty has issued a death sentence. Anyone who leaks this information will face the death penalty." Shui Lingnan nodded, not intending to blame him. "You are a loyal ruler, I have no complaints. However, I have a few questions to ask. Can you give me a clear answer?" Guo Huaiyan had a difficult expression. "I know what you want to ask. I will tell you the truth. Right now, even I am confused. His Majesty only ordered me to put up the notice. Other than what is written on the notice, I don't know anything else. I am unable to help. Shui Lingnan knew that things were not good. He knew that the situation was worse than he had imagined. Su Li had been detained for no reason. He was definitely waiting to be interrogated in private. Then it definitely wasn't as simple as killing a few people as written on the emperor's notice. If things went wrong, his entire family would be implicated. Jingming, you really don't know who drew this portrait. Old Gidge, you still don't believe my words. Guo Huaiyan smiled bitterly. I am also curious as to who slandered His Majesty and caused this incident. Shui Lingnan couldn't get any inside information from him, so he didn't linger. He only asked him to take care of Su Li, who was in prison, and bring him news to let him know if the person was good or bad. Guo Huaiyan agreed and personally escorted Shui Lingnan to the yamen. Seeing him get on the sedan chair, he then hurriedly returned. The person had been captured. He had to quickly return to the palace to report. The emperor's notice had only been put up for less than half a day and the criminal had already been captured. This was a rare occurrence. Shui Lingnan didn't go anywhere else after coming out of the Supreme Court. He went straight home and first sent someone to find his second son. Shui Lin was an assistant minister in the Ministry of War. Recently, there had been a lot of activity in the court because of the war against the Wei nation. He couldn't be idle. Every 2 or 3 days, he would be pulled by people to lobby him. Today, he returned home early. He didn't even have time to change into his official robes before going to see Shui Lingnan. Father, I heard that the Yulin forest guards captured people early in the morning. What happened? Shui Lingnan stood by the window of the study. He waved his hand and said, "Close the door and come over to talk." Shui Lin already has a bad premonition. The Shui family has experienced many ups and downs since its founding. He is no longer the second young master who will cry over the death of his elder brother. He obediently closes the door and walks over. Shui Lingnan is not in a hurry to tell him what to do. He looks out the window for a while. Shui Lin's heart sank when he saw this. He thought that something had happened at home. Even his father was worried. Ali has been sent to the Supreme Court. The emperor's notice says that he is a murderer. Even Guo Huaiyan has no right to interrogate him. He can only wait for the emperor's decision. Shui Lingnan said. Shui Lin said in disbelief, "How can Governor Su be a murderer? He has worked hard for our family for many years. He has always been law-abiding. Why would he kill someone? Someone must have deliberately framed him and tried to frame you." Shui Lingnan shook his head, would also rather believe that they caught the wrong person. But the situation at hand is not up to you and me. I'm afraid that someone has set up a trap to put my family to death. What do you mean? What kind of crime do you think it would be for the emperor to be personally involved? He didn't hesitate to release the emperor's notice to arrest a suspect. What kind of crime do you think it would be? Shui Lin thought for a moment. He took a deep breath. The only thing that could alarm the emperor was rebellion. "Father!" he exclaimed. He didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Shui Lingnan finally turned his head to look at him. His furrowed brows relaxed. He said in a broad voice, "Don't panic. It hasn't reached a point where we can't handle it. We can still deal with it. Your son will listen to you." Shui Lingnan sighed inwardly when he saw his son's obedience and trust. He couldn't help but think of his eldest son who was envied by the heavens. If Shui Zhao was still here, he would have 100 ways to deal with this situation. Ali has followed me for all these years, his loyalty is unwavering, he definitely wouldn't betray me, so I am not afraid of him confessing under torture. However, the emperor is a suspicious person, he might not believe me. If he is unable to obtain any information from his mouth, there is an 80 to 90% chance that he will punish us father and son. I asked you to come here today to remind you that if you are arrested by the Supreme Court one day, don't panic. Don't mess up. When the time comes, speak your mind. Shui Lingnan put his hand on his shoulder and pressed it heavily. You must remember that our Shui family has been loyal for generations. We don't fear slander. Shui Lin's ears were ringing. With her old father's words, it was as if she had eaten a tranquilizer in her heart and suddenly felt at ease. What about Qingbai? He suddenly remembered that Shui Rui had gone to Fenghua Mansion a few days ago and hadn't returned yet. So he asked, should we send someone to Fenghua Mansion to send him a message and ask him to return to the capital as soon as possible? Shui Lingnan's expression dimmed. He said, there's no need to do that. In the eyes of those with ulterior motives, it will make us look guilty. Let him stay there. He will come back when it's time. Shui Lin didn't hear the strangeness in his words. Instead, he complained, why didn't the mansion's master Feng predict any signs of such a disaster? It would be good if he could warn us in advance. There was a Dai master living in the Prime Minister's mansion. His surname was Feng. He was very good at predicting good or bad fortune. It's not Master Feng's fault. Shui Lingnan looked towards the north and sighed. That person has a national weapon. How could he predict it? The emperor was the one in charge of this wanted list. The Son of Heaven carried a rare treasure and prevented mortals from scheming. Even a Dai master couldn't do anything. In the palace, Guo Huaiyan followed the eunuch leading the way into Xian Hall. He met with Emperor Zhao Qing and simplified the matter of Yin Yuanrong capturing the suspect. When he quietly raised his head, he saw a gloomy face and quickly lowered his head again. Are you saying that the Yulin royal guards captured someone from Prime Minister Shui's mansion? Yes, Your Majesty. Someone recognized the portrait on the imperial list. It was similar to the portrait of a chief steward of the Shui family. It just so happened that Commander Yin was drinking tea nearby with some people. That person took down the imperial list and went to the election. 100 taels of gold. Ordinary people would be envious at the thought of it. With such a large bounty, naturally there would be reckless people who weren't afraid of offending the Shui family. Guo Huaiyan wanted to speak up for Shui Lingnan but couldn't be too obvious. He could only pick at his words and say that the person looked similar to the portrait. He left some leeway and didn't insist on it. You've seen the person. Tell me, does it look like him? Emperor Zhao Qing asked. Although Guo Huaiyan wasn't a flattering official, he understood the emperor's intentions. Seeing that Emperor Zhao Qing's face wasn't angry, but more suspicious, he guessed that the emperor might not be willing to believe that the murderer was from the Shui family. He had a sudden inspiration and said, at first glance, it looks similar. But upon closer inspection, there are differences. Whether it is or not, it has to be investigated in detail. Your Majesty, this case. Who is going to investigate this case? Can you give me an explanation? There are many secrets that cannot be shared with you. Emperor Zhao Qing poured a bucket of cold water on him and said in a deep voice, we are preparing to have the Grand Prefect go and interrogate him. What do you think? Guo Huaiyan said it wasn't appropriate. What was the point of having a official go and interrogate an important criminal of the imperial court? Your Majesty is wise, he said with a wooden face. This subject requests to assist in the investigation. Emperor Zhao Qing refused him without thinking. It's just a criminal. There is no need to mobilize a large force. The Grand Prefect is enough. When Guo Huaiyan heard that the emperor didn't want him to interfere, he became even more curious. What was there that he couldn't know? There is nothing else. Go. We will send an order later and have the Grand Prefect go to the Supreme Court to get the person. This subject kneels. Guo Huaiyan left with a stomach full of doubts. Just as he reached the front hall, he heard the muffled sound of a heavy object falling to the ground behind him. He couldn't help but quicken his steps. Inside the hall, Emperor Zhaoqing, who had smashed a paper town made of auspicious beasts, was full of irritation. He turned his head and said to the person behind the screen, "As my beloved subject had predicted, the person has been caught. But we never thought that it would be from the Shui family." The Grand Prefect walked out with his sleeves in his arms and bowed to Emperor Zhaoqing. He comforted in a warm voice, "Your Majesty, please calm down. We have only caught a suspect. We have not confirmed that this matter has anything to do with Prime Minister Shui. What if it is just a misunderstanding?" Emperor Zhaoqing's expression softened slightly, but his tone was still stiff. "Go and investigate as soon as possible. We do not want to wrongly blame a loyal person." He didn't want this matter to have anything to do with the Shui family. This subject takes his leave. The Grand Prefect walked out of Xuanda Hall with a pair of long sleeves hanging down. On the long corridor leading to the Moon Gate, he saw Jing Chen walking towards him. "Uncle." Jing Chen stopped to greet him. The Grand Prefect smiled gently. "The Emperor is still angry. You should go later." Jing Chen grunted and stood aside. He waited for the Grand Prefect to leave before he continued to walk in the direction of Xuanda Hall. Yu Shu had received the news about the imperial rankings in the morning. She knew in advance that this would happen. During the day, she deliberately arranged for Lu Hong to run errands outside. Once there was any movement, it would be reported to her. Then, when it was noon, Yu Shu left the Celestial Commissioner's office with 2 guards. She pretended to look for Shui Rui. When she arrived at the door of the Prime Minister's residence, she saw that the door was closed and it was quiet in broad daylight. She knew at a glance that something had happened. "Your Excellency, should I go and knock on the door?" Lu Hong asked. "No need. I think the master is not at home. Let's go and eat." Yu Shu looked calm on the surface, but her heart was already in a mess. She wanted to break into the door and grab someone to ask for details. But she knew that she couldn't. She was surrounded by the Emperor's spies. She had to think twice before doing anything. Fortunately, there was Jing Chen to help her pass the news. She was not in the dark. Yu Shu returned to the Celestial Commissioner's office with her guards. She stayed up for another afternoon. She didn't see Jing Chen coming, so she got off work and went home as usual. The next day, Yu Shu went out a quarter earlier than usual. She didn't stop to greet people on the way and went straight to the Kunling Bureau. When she entered the door, she saw Xiaolon and asked casually, "Did the right commander come today?" Xiaolon pointed upstairs. "He has been here for a while." Before she finished speaking, Yu Shu disappeared in a flash. Jing Chen leaned against the window on the 2nd floor. He saw Yu Shu as soon as she entered the courtyard. He knew that she was coming up, so he turned around and sat down. He dismissed the scribe who was talking non-stop and waited for her to go upstairs. Sure enough, her figure appeared outside the door not long after. Jing Chen, Yu Shu didn't forget to close the door. She walked forward quickly and asked in a low voice, "How is it? Did you catch the person?" His ears trembled. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping outside the door, he guided her to sit down by the tea table on the east side. He said face to face with her, "Yesterday morning, someone announced the Imperial Bulletin in the east of the city. The left deputy commander of the Yulin Royal Guards, Yin Yuanrong, took people to the Shui family and took away a chief steward with the surname Su. Then they went to the Supreme Court. The person was detained. The Emperor wants to send the Tito to interrogate that person." As expected, Yu Shu took a deep breath and clenched her knees. Jing Chen looked at her face and said gently, "The Tito has the great insight technique and is an insider. He is the most suitable person to interrogate. You can rest assured now. If the Shui family doesn't have bad intentions, the Tito will not make a wrong judgment." The corner of Yu Shu's mouth moved. She forced a smile, but the uneasiness in her heart grew. Chapter 7:12. On the second day after the imperial bulletin was posted, Yushu waited for a long time before Song Dolly, who had been sent to Fenghua Manor to search for Xue Xue, finally returned. However, what followed was another bolt from the blue. "He's gone." In the north wing, Yushu's voice rose a few octaves. "This lowly one rushed to Fenghua Manor 2 days ago and found out where Sir Xue was staying. I went to find him and saw Sir Xue. I conveyed your message to him word for word. When Sir Xue heard it, he told me to rest at the post house and wait for him for a day. Once he was done with his business, he would return to the capital with me. Who would have thought that after I slept for a night, when I woke up the next day, Sir Xue was gone?" Song Dolly's back was drenched in sweat and his face was covered in dirt. As soon as he returned to the Fu, he was brought to see Yushu. He didn't even have time to catch his breath. I waited there for another day. On the second day, Sir Xue's disappearance alerted the yamen and officials were sent to search everywhere. His residence, clothes, and luggage were all there. His manservant also didn't run away. He was the only one. I don't know where he went, as if he disappeared into thin air. After listening to him, Yushu felt a little dizzy. Such a big thing happened in the capital, and at this critical moment, Xue Rui suddenly disappeared. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that these two things were closely related. There were only two possibilities for Xue Rui's disappearance. One was that he had quietly hidden himself, and the other was that someone had taken him away. According to Yushu's understanding of Xue Rui, he wouldn't run away without a word. That meant that he had been taken away. Then, who had taken him away? Yushu suspected that it was Ning Wang, but then she felt that it was the emperor who had secretly done it. No matter how she thought about it, her head was spinning and she couldn't come up with a conclusion. Song Dolly thought that he had messed up his task, but when he saw Yushu's expression, he knew that he was in trouble. He stupidly knelt down and asked for forgiveness. "It's all my fault for not doing my job well and not looking after Mr. Xue. Miss, please punish me." How could Yushu be in the mood to blame him? Besides, this matter had nothing to do with him. Xue Rui was not a weak scholar. He stayed in the guest house where the officials stayed, and he was accompanied by imperial guards. Yet, someone was able to capture him without a sound. It could be seen that the culprit was an expert among experts. Song Dolly was just an ordinary martial artist, so how could he be a match for him? The only thing that comforted her was that it was said that there were no signs of fighting at Xue Rui's residence. It could be seen that since the other party had secretly taken him away, it was probably not to kill him. This matter has nothing to do with you. You must be tired from running back and forth. Quickly go and rest, there's nothing else for you to do here. Yushu waved her hand, letting him leave. Song Dolly let out a breath of relief and took out a heavy bag of money from his bosom, saying, "This is the rest that Miss gave me. There's also Mr. Xue's reward. This lowly one is ashamed to accept it." Yushu's expression softened as she said to him, "Just take what's given to you. Just one thing, when you go back, keep your mouth shut. Don't mention the matter of you going to Fenghua Fu to anyone, not even Zhou Hu. This lowly one understands." Song Dolly held the bag of money and received a dozen taels of silver for free. Yushu did not blame him and happily retreated. Yushu closed the door and started to worry again. Last night, she had divined for Xue Rui's good or bad fortune, but it was an empty hexagram. She could not predict whether it was good or bad and was so worried that her hair had turned white. But Xue Rui had disappeared for no reason. If this matter was reported to the capital, it would add fuel to the fire. She originally thought that when Xue Rui returned to the capital, the two of them would sit down and discuss this matter. But now, she was full of worries, but who could she talk to? Princess Fu, what? You're saying that Brother Shui is missing? Jing Chen looked at Yu Shu, who was sitting opposite her, in surprise. Yes, he disappeared the day before yesterday. I sent someone to Fenghua Fu to look for him, but after waiting for a night, he mysteriously disappeared. Yu Shu leaned back in her chair, holding a cup of hot medicinal tea. This was Jing Chen's own recipe for nourishing the mind. There were almost no guests at his place, so he didn't even prepare tea for them. Seeing that she didn't look well, he gave her a cup of the medicinal tea that he had just brewed. How? Jing Chen's eyes were full of doubt. Did he deliberately hide? Yu Shu glared at him and said snappily, "My brother did not do anything wrong, why would he hide? He must have been caught." Jing Chen tactfully closed his mouth. However, Yu Shu insisted on making things clear to him. In the end, you haven't completely recovered that part of your memory. What you see and hear in your dream might not be the truth. Before the truth comes to light, can you not be prejudiced against my elder brother? Jing Chen wanted to say that he was not prejudiced against Shui Rui, but he was afraid that she would be deceived by others. However, when he saw her attitude of, "I'll fall out with you if you can't do it," he could only nod in agreement in order to make her stay. Then he asked a very practical question, "What do you want me to do?" He promised to help Yu Shu. Naturally, he would not let her suffer alone. He owed her and now he could make it up to her. Yu Shu calmed down and asked him, "Yesterday, the chief took Su Li away from the Supreme Judiciary. Do you know where he locked him up?" "I can go and inquire about it." Yu Shu continued, "If you want to see the head advisor, there's no need to be secretive. Just ask him where he's keeping the person, and ask him if there's any information from the interrogation. This matter started because of you, and you're the victim. No matter how much you care, it won't arouse their suspicions. I think they'll definitely let you see Su Li to identify the person's face. If possible, go and ask the head advisor. It's best if he can let you listen during the interrogation." Su Li, who appeared in Jing Chen's dream, became the key at the moment. If the chief got anything from him, it was likely to bring disaster to the Shui family. Jing Chen was silent for a while. He was not hesitating, but he was thinking. He looked up and saw Yu Shu's deep eyes. He said helplessly, "It is feasible, but it is a little difficult. When I deal with the chief, I am always afraid that I will say something wrong and be seen through by him." They had already experienced the power of the grand insight technique. However, Yu Shu was not worried. She was already prepared. She took out an exquisite ball from her bosom and handed it to him. She said, "Wear it closely. No matter what you say in front of the chief, he will only think that it is the truth." The hollow jade ball was only the size of a thumb and index finger. Jing Chen took it in his hand and asked curiously, "What is this?" Yu Shu avoided his eyes, but she did not lie to him. "This is the thing of your father, Yunhua Yi. It is called Zhuge Ai. It is the same as the strange treasure worn by the current emperor. It is cut out from the 7 stars ruler, one of the 6 founding weapons. It can prevent divination and will not be noticed." Last night, when she went to the Wangji Tower, she spent a lot of effort to borrow it from Xian Laowu. Hearing this, Jing Chen opened his palm in a daze. He stared at the delicate ball for a while, then he closed his fingers and held it tightly. He looked at Yu Shu again. He did not ask her about the origin of this thing, but he made a request. "Can you give it to me?" Yu Shu paused and licked her lips. She saw his pleading eyes and thought of his pitiful life. She could not bear to refuse him. "If you like it, take it. It is your father's thing. I should have given it to you long ago." As soon as she said it, she regretted it. With a bitter face, she calculated how much money she would have to spend to deal with the profiteer Xian Lishan. Maybe she would have to pay the jar of crystal on the rooftop of Wangji Tower. Thank you. Jing Chen thanked her in a low voice. He put the small ball into his close-fitting purse and put it in his bosom. Then, a smile appeared on his calm face for the first time. Chapter 7:13. The matter of the Grand Commissioner taking Su Li away from the Supreme Court did not alarm anyone, so it was already 2 days later that Lu Hao received the news. His original plan was to let Yin Yuanrong go to the Shui family to arrest someone and then talk to his maternal grandfather, Yin Tianho, so that Yin Yuanrong could get involved and find out the truth. It would be best if he could find some dirt on the Shui family. Now that the Grand Commissioner had taken Su Li away, it was obvious that he had received the Emperor's permission to interrogate him in secret. However, Lu Hao still went to Prime Minister Yin's residence and found Yin Tianho, who was fishing by the fish pond in the backyard. Grandfather, someone told me that Yuanrong brought people to the Shui family to arrest a servant. Yin Tianho sat by the pond, the corner of his robe tucked into his belt, one trouser leg rolled up to his ankles, a pair of straw shoes stained with mud, and a straw hat on his head. At first glance, he looked no different from those old men who often went fishing on Lake Jade Lion. He held the fishing pole with one hand and took out meat bait from the crock with the other. He was distracted and talked to Lu Hao. Someone took down the imperial notice and went to find him. He had no choice but to go. He said that he arrested a chief steward of the Shui family and went to the Supreme Court to question him. Lu Hao saw that he looked as if it had nothing to do with him, so he couldn't say anything. He stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for him to put down the pole. Only then did he think of an excuse. I'm just a little worried about what other people will think if they know about this. A while ago, Yuanrong and Shui Qingbi had a conflict in Hengwu building. In the end, Yuanbo from my second uncle's family was arrested and sent to the Supreme Court. If someone talked about it, it would be hard to avoid linking these two things together. Yin Tianho steadily held his bamboo pole and looked up at Lu Hao. He was born with a kind face. Even when he frowned, he didn't show any fierceness. What did that bastard Yuanbo do this time? He had a lot of children and grandchildren. Not all of them were raised in front of him. Some were valued, while others were neglected. However, he could clearly see who was successful and who was not. Lu Hao hesitated and said, I think second uncle was afraid that you would be angry, so he didn't dare to come to you to complain. I've asked around and this is what happened. As he said this, he roughly told him the story of how Yin Yuanbo insulted the Celestial Commissioner in Hengwu Mansion. He didn't add anything and only hid the fact that he was the one who instigated it. It just so happens that Shui Qingbi is the sworn brother of Lady Messenger Miao Ling and they have a close relationship. Since Yuanbo had ruined the lady's reputation like this, he definitely wouldn't let it go. Therefore, he confronted Yuanrong on the spot and proved that Yuanbo was spreading rumors and wanted to bring Yuanrong back for interrogation and punishment. Yuanrong put down his pride and begged for mercy from him, but Shui Qingbi didn't let it go. In the end, he brought Yuanrong back to the yamen. When Yin Tianho heard this, his face darkened and he scolded, useless thing. He was angry for a while. After all, he was his grandson. He couldn't help but worry. Do you know where he is now? Lu Hao sighed and said helplessly, he's still locked up in the Supreme Court's prison. He was beaten dozens of times, but Shui Qingbi refused to let him go. Second uncle went to the prison and couldn't get him out. 2 days ago, he came to me. You know that Guo Huaiyan doesn't listen to anything in the Supreme Court. Even I can't do anything. Coincidentally, Shui Qingbi went out to do some work, so no one could release him. You went to the prison to see him? Yin Tianho asked. I was afraid people would gossip, so I sent someone to see him. He said that he suffered some physical pain and was beaten until his skin was torn, but his life was not in danger. Lu Hao lied and didn't tell the truth. He sent someone to visit Yin Yuanbua in the prison and saw that Yin Yuanbua didn't just suffer some physical pain. Xue Qingbi was ruthless and didn't go easy on Yin Yuanbua, hitting his lower body with the rod. When Yin Yuanbua came out, he was pretty much crippled. Yin Tianhou snorted and said, "Don't worry about him. Let him stay in there and reflect. It's time for him to learn from his mistakes." As he said this, he shook the fishing rod in his hand. He turned his head and stared at the bobber. He grabbed the fishing rod and pulled it up. The silver fishing line flashed in the air, and in the next moment, a white carp jumped out of the water. Yin Tianhou caught the lively, fat fish, took the hook, and threw it back into the pond. He put away the rod and stood up with the basket. "You're not fishing anymore?" Lu Hao asked. Yin Tianhou took off his hat to cool himself, revealing a head of messy white hair. He looked like an old man. "If I'm in a bad mood, how can I have the appetite to eat fish?" After grumbling, he ignored Lu Hao and walked back alone with his fishing gear. Lu Hao knew that he had the temper of an old child and didn't have any discontent. He picked up the snuff bottle that he had dropped on the rock and followed. In the afternoon, Lu Hao returned to Ning Wang Fu. The noon meal was at the Yin Fu. Following Yin Tianhou's tastes, there was a table of vegetarian chicken and duck. He didn't eat well, so when he came back, he had the servants cook a Sichuan spicy meal and set it up in Wang Feng Pavilion. He ordered 2 of the Fu's entertainers to come and sing for the afternoon. After Lu Hao's wedding, he had promoted his 2 shirche to Xu Fei. One of them was called Yao Hong. She had a beauty that shamed the moon and the flowers. She had entered the Fu for 3 months and was in the middle of being pampered. Hearing that Lu Hao was in the garden, she hurriedly dressed and came to find him. Lu Hao saw her come and beckoned her to his side. With one hand on her shoulder, he allowed her to feed him wine. He carefully served, occasionally grumbling. His mood was just right. Suddenly, a Taijian that was in charge of managing the inner courtyard jogged over from the other end of the fake mountain. He stopped outside Wang Feng Pavilion and called out in a low voice to Lu Tan, "Your Highness, please report." Making a hand gesture that others didn't understand, Lu Hao waved his hand to interrupt the babbling entertainers. He lightly pushed Yao Hong and pointed at a patch of flowers not far away. He said, "There's a bunch of begonia blooming over there. Pick a big one back and you will put it on for you." Yao Hong knew that he was driving her away. She sensibly got up and smiled coquettishly as she covered Lu Hao's chest. Turning her head, she walked towards the patch of flowers. The Taijian hurriedly came forward and whispered in Lu Hao's ear. He quickly said, "The lady in the courtyard is about to give birth. Her illness flared up 4 hours ago. Since you weren't here, this servant boldly brought an old woman in to help her with the birth." Lu Hao's eyebrows jumped. Counting the days, the woman's child was conceived in February. It was now 9 months. It was about time for the child to be born. "Can she give birth?" he asked. The midwife said that the position of the fetus is very good. It won't be too difficult. Lu Hao suddenly couldn't sit still. Half a year ago, he stepped forward to protect Ji Xingxuan. He put her under his eyelids. He wanted to find out who the child in her belly belonged to. He wanted to find out who snatched him first. The truth was about to be revealed. He couldn't wait a moment longer. "Go, let's go see." In a place that no one could reach in the Huiyuan, Wang Yi was raising a woman that couldn't see the light. That high wall was covered with red silk grass all year round. On the other side of the wall, there was a sealed little yard. There was only a secret door behind the vines that could only be opened from the outside. If the people outside didn't go in, the people inside couldn't come out. Lu Hao stood under the only old locust tree in the courtyard. He could clearly hear the woman's painful screams, but he didn't feel any pity. He just waited impatiently. He had been waiting here for half an hour. Why hasn't it been born yet? He waved his hand for the Taijian Jingqing who was under the wall to come over. He didn't have any children in Ning Wangfu. It was the first time he saw a woman give birth. He didn't know that some women could endure a day from labor to birth. Wang Yi, don't blame me. Giving birth is like this. Jingqing had a smile on his face. In his mind, the child in the belly of the girl in the room was definitely Wang Ye's flesh and blood. He took Lu Hao's impatience as worry. At this time, a heart-wrenching scream came from the room. Not long after, the clear cries of a baby filled the yard. Jingqing smiled when he heard this. He hurried to the door and asked inside, "Is it Gongzi or Xiaojie?" The older woman inside panted as she answered, great joy, it's a Gongzi." Inside the room, Ji Xingxuan was lying on her back on the bed. The towel on her forehead was already soaked. A few strands of black hair stuck to her face. She narrowed her eyes and struggled to turn her head. She found the wrinkled little fellow in the midwife's hands. In an instant, it was like a fire was burning in her heart. It was so hot that tears flowed uncontrollably. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ji Xingxuan was moved to the next room by two strong and mute servants. They fed her a cup of ginseng soup and changed her into a clean bedding. A quilt was placed over her body. She washed her face and wrapped her hair. Then, she went to the yard and asked Lu Hao to come in. The room was filled with a cold fragrance that covered the smell of blood on her body. When Lu Hao came in, he stared straight at Ji Xingxuan. Since her belly grew bigger day by day, he didn't come to see her. After 2 or 3 months, when he saw her again, he felt that she was a completely different person from the cold and aloof woman that he was infatuated with. Her cheeks were plump and her eyelids were swollen. She was no longer beautiful. All that was left was a body that made people feel sick. Lu Hao frowned and sat down in front of her. Ji Xingxuan opened her eyes. She was not surprised to see him. She opened her mouth and asked, "Where is my child?" Lu Hao said, "He is next door. Don't worry, he is fine." Without waiting for Ji Xingxuan to heave a sigh of relief, his next words caused all the muscles in her body to tense up. "However, if you don't answer me honestly, I can't guarantee that you'll ever see that bastard again." When she heard him call her child a bastard, Ji Xingxuan did not get angry. On the contrary, she was very calm and retorted him word by word, "My child is not a bastard. If you want to know who his father is, don't try to provoke me. I can tell you some secrets that you can't even dream of. I promise that I won't let you down. But you have to promise me something first." She was very clear that the birth of the child was equivalent to letting Lu Hao control her life. So what she needed to do now was to protect the mother and child. Lu Hao was very interested in the secret that she mentioned. He crossed his legs and raised his chin to ask her, "What do you want? Tell me." Ji Xingxuan slowly exhaled so that her voice would not tremble and sounded more confident. Chapter 7:14. I want you to help me change my appearance and move out of this ghastly place. Let me become your Shirjia and, together with my child, openly appear in front of everyone. Lu Hao was not very surprised that Ji Xingxuan had made such a request. "You still make things difficult for me," he shook his head. "That day, I rescued you from the heavenly prison and saved the lives of you and your child. Up until now, you haven't repaid me. Now, you come to talk terms with me. Do you really think that I have the heart of a Buddha?" Whether she lived or died, it was all up to him. If she thought that she could play with him in the palm of her hand, then she was gravely mistaken. Looking into Lu Hao's mocking eyes, Ji Xingxuan's heart was in turmoil. She knew that he didn't have the slightest bit of affection for her. If she continued to bluff, she would probably end up making a fool of herself. After a moment of hesitation, she lowered her pale neck, pretending to be weak. Does Wang Yi remember that last October, there was a murder case in Taisher Shu Yuan? The person who died was the daughter of the Xia Jiang family, Xia Jiangying. Lu Hao had a vague impression, but he didn't know why Ji Xingxuan would suddenly bring up such an unrelated matter. Afterwards, the emperor decreed a marriage. The deceased Xia Jiangying's younger sister, Xia Jiangmin, was married to the 9th prince as his fei. She is now Jing Wang Fei. Lu Hao's eyes flashed. He was interested to continue listening. I was good friends with Xia Jiangying when she was alive. The night before her death, she suggested to switch rooms with me. She slept in my room and told me to go home. When I asked for the reason, she told me that her younger sister, Xia Jiangmin, had a nightmare. She dreamed that a thief had broken into her room. At the time, it was nearing the Diyan examination. Xia Jiangying was full of ambition. She clearly received a warning but didn't care. She didn't want to go back to Xia Zhang's guest house to avoid the disaster. Instead, she wanted to switch rooms with her. She thought that this way, they would be safe. Who knew that the heavens would play tricks on people, and in the end, she died. Then did you switch rooms with her? Lu Hao asked. Seeing Ji Xingxuan nod, his expression became subtle. Actually, that night, the murderer wanted to kill me. But because Xia Jiangying moved to my room, she was the one who died. When Ji Xingxuan said these words, she did not look at Lu Hao's face. Her eyes hid the inherent coldness. When she talked about the death of her close friend, she did not feel guilty. It was because she had experienced too many trials and tribulations that she did not care about life and death. However, she cherished her life because she had lost almost everything. If she lost her life, she would not be willing. She wanted to live and see what would happen to her enemies in the future. How did you know that the murderer originally wanted to kill you? Lu Hao caught the key point. Ji Xingxuan looked up at him. Because I knew earlier than Xia Jiangying that someone wanted to kill me. I agreed to exchange rooms with her to save my life. Lu Hao was puzzled. You knew. Ji Xingxuan nodded and looked into his eyes. Her voice was low and solemn, unlike her previous understatement. I have a teacher who has the ability to decide death, she said. Lu Hao was stunned for a moment. Then, surprise appeared on his face. His thoughts turned quickly. He asked, Your master. Is he the old immortal who taught Yu Lianfang the death judgment? It was no wonder that he thought of Yu Shu. Yu Shu was famous in the capital. When the death judgment was mentioned, the first person that people would think of was Messenger Miaoling. Moreover, he remembered that Ji Xingxuan said that she had a master in Yang. It was the immortal who taught Yu Shu the 6 lines technique. No. Ji Xingxuan denied Lu Hao's guess. My master is someone else. Who? Lu Hao was impatient. If there really was such an expert, he would have to recruit him to Ning Wangfu. Ji Xingxuan saw through his thoughts. Her eyes flashed with mockery. She didn't answer Lu Hao's question. Instead, she looked far away and looked behind him. She told him a story that no one knew about. In the 9th year of Zhaoqing, I was 12. My grandfather was promoted to the right judge of the Celestial Commissioner and took me to Jing. The Ji family was one of the most prestigious families in Yang City. Once they entered Jing, they were not worth mentioning. There were 12 prestigious families in Anling City and countless descendants. Ji Xingxuan was young and not famous. Ji Huaishan took her to all the families. In private, she did not receive kindness and friendliness, but scorn and isolation. Because she was born with an apparition and had a valuable life, her grandfather had high hopes for her. He arranged for her to attend the Great Yen examination the next year to fight for a place in the LoveLore Library for her. In the 10th year of Zhaoqing, she passed the astrology exam and became a master. That year, she was only 13. Everyone around her praised her and said that Ji Huaishan had a successor. She had become talented at a young age and was naturally proud. She had finally entered the LoveLore Library, but reality had given her a loud slap in the face. She was far from being the most outstanding. There were many more talented and intelligent than her. There were many who had a better background and were smarter than her. She became an unremarkable female student. She was not willing to be mediocre, but there was nothing she could do. The Ji family had only been a prestigious family for 3 generations. Compared to those families that had been established for hundreds of years, it was not enough. Without the rare family teachings, without the guidance of a respected elder, she could only be ordinary. Now that she thought about it, she did not know whether it was a blessing or a misfortune. That day, she walked into a shop on Qinyuan Street and met her future master. He was an elder of mysterious origin who made her respect and fear him. He enlightened her, taught her strange skills, and told her about the complicated relationship between the prestigious families in the capital. He made her stand out in the LoveLore Library, where there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Gradually, she became friends with princesses and princes, and finally broke away from the ordinary. Every time I meet my master, he always covers his face. Otherwise, there will be a curtain covering his face, making it difficult to see his true appearance. I still do not know his name, so your highness does not need to pursue it. If he does not want to show himself, you will not be able to find him. Lu Hao was already moved. How could he give up on the idea just because of a few words from her? He no longer wanted to investigate the master who was proficient in the art of death, so he asked her in a roundabout way, "So, on the day of the murder in the LoveLore Library, it was he who told you that someone wanted to kill you? That was why you deliberately exchanged rooms with Xia Jiangying and let her die in your place?" His words were straightforward and sharp, but Ji Xingxuan was not moved. She calmly told him another secret: there is Wenqin in the north, and Xia Jiang in the south. The Wenqin family is famous for the art of word prediction, and the Xia Jiang family has the ability to interpret dreams. I have heard from Xia Jiangying that her sister, Xia Jiangmin, is gifted and often dreams of people's deaths. Because most of the people in her dreams are strangers, it is useless. A few days before the murder, she specially came to warn Xia Jiangying not to spend the night in the LoveLore Library. Xia Jiangying listened to her and then proposed to exchange rooms with me. She chose to die in my place. This is her fate. She was destined to die. I was just going with the flow. How could I have done it intentionally? After listening to her explanation, Lu Hao smiled coldly and said, "Why did you have to completely cover yourself? Since you knew that there was a disaster, you could have stopped her from taking the risk. However, you stayed out of it. It was clearly a scheme. Someone wanted to kill you. If you did not succeed that night, there would be a next time." However, Xia Jiangying died and the matter was blown up. The Supreme Court was involved in this murder. In order not to expose themselves, the murderer did not dare to do anything to you again. You escaped and escaped from danger. It was a brilliant move that killed 2 birds with 1 stone, wasn't it? At this point, he had already seen through this little girl's heart of stone. You can say whatever you want. Ji Xingxuan spoke in a low voice. She lowered her head again. Xia Jiangying's tragic death. Whether or not she felt any guilt, only she knew. The secret you want to tell me, is that all? Lu Hao slowly shook his head. This is not enough for me to agree to your conditions. Ji Xingxuan's head was still lowered, but her eyelids moved. She looked at Lu Hao with a strange gaze. She gave a strange laugh. This is just a preamble. The real secret I want to tell Wang Yi, I have not said it. Hearing this, Lu Hao's mind shook. He couldn't help sitting up straight. He heard her say, "Why does Wang Yi think that I have fallen to such a state?" Her family had been destroyed. Her future and reputation had been ruined. She had lost her innocence. She had barely managed to keep her life, but she had become a fish on someone's chopping block. She had been imprisoned in this deep courtyard, unable to see the light of day. Lu Hao frowned. He pointed out bluntly, "If you hadn't provoked that Yu Lianfeng, not only did you fail to harm her, but you were also plotted against by her. Perhaps you would still be a glorious hideous Grady master." As he said this, he couldn't help but feel angry. He had once tried every possible way to obtain this woman in front of him. Who knew that today, she had given birth to someone else's vile spawn? Ji Xingxuan didn't know what Lu Hao was thinking, but she could hear the ridicule in his words. He was saying that she had overestimated her abilities and provoked Yu Shu, resulting in her current sorry state. Her face couldn't help but turn cold. She silently told herself not to argue with him. After a moment of silence, she opened her mouth again. "If I hadn't listened to Shifu's orders and failed to do my job properly, how could I have been caught and ended up like this?" "What do you mean?" "In the 4th month of this year, there was another murder case in LoveLore Library. The daughter of the Chao family was hanged to death on the stargazing platform. On the eve of the murder, it was indeed me who used the name of the Daoist to lure Chao Yiling to the stargazing platform at night." Ji Xingxuan coldly confessed her crime. She had imitated Jing Chen's handwriting and placed the note in Chao Yiling's book. She knew that Chao Yiling admired Jing Chen and would definitely keep the appointment. Who knew that she hadn't been discreet enough and had been witnessed by Qin Yuero? Later, 9th Prince Lu Tan held a banquet in Xian Chun Garden. Qin Yuero and Axian Lu confronted each other by the lake. Axian Lu eavesdropped on them and chased them to the balcony. She argued with Axian Lu and accidentally pushed her down the stairs. Just as she was about to kill Axian Lu, Yu Shu arrived and saved Axian Lu. The two of them accused her of killing Axian Lu, causing her to be thrown into prison once again. "So you're saying that you were incited by your Shifu to harm the young lady of the Chao family? That's why in prison, you'd rather be tortured than confess to him. Is that right?" Lu Hao thought that this woman's natural disposition was cold, but she was dead set on her Shifu. "It's not that I didn't want to, it's that I couldn't. Only by clenching my teeth would I have a chance at survival. If I told you, only death awaited me." Ji Xingxuan seemed to have thought of something. Lu Hao saw her shoulders tremble as if she was shivering. "Why did your Shifu want to kill the young lady of the Chao family? Was it just to frame Jing Qin?" He couldn't understand why Ji Xingxuan's Shifu would be involved with Jing Qin. Perhaps. Ji Xingxuan was a bit absent-minded. Her thoughts were stuck on what had happened just now. "Humph," Lu Hao snorted in dissatisfaction. This caused her to return to her senses. She raised her eyes to look at him and licked her dry lips. She had used up all of her strength in childbirth. If she hadn't drunk a bowl of ginseng soup, she wouldn't have had the energy to deal with him. "How does Prince think An's crown prince has been chosen?" Lu Hao didn't have enough patience. His heart was still full of questions, but he was stopped by her question. His ambition for the throne wasn't just 1 or 2 days ago. He had a deep thought in his mind. He opened his mouth and said, "Those who are capable will take the throne." Who knew that when Ji Xingxuan heard his words, she actually laughed. She didn't wait for him to get angry and said, "I'll tell Prince a secret now. Come closer, I'll whisper it to you." Although Lu Hao was guarded against her, he wasn't afraid of a weak woman. He hesitated for a moment before he got up and walked forward. He didn't sit on the bed. Instead, he stood at the head of her bed and bent down. Then, he heard her weak breathing. She said, "The celestial commissioner of the past generations has given advice. He has one of the 6 tools for the founding of the country, the Book of Mystery Maiden. Who will be the next emperor?" Chapter 7:15. In the evening, Lu Hao walked out of the wall covered in red silk grass. Eunuch Xing walked in front with his back bent, holding a lantern to lead the way. The yellow light from the lantern illuminated his hazy face. He walked aimlessly in the corridor, his mind filled with the things he had just pried out of Ji Xingxuan's mouth. The secret she had used to negotiate terms with him sounded absurd and nonsensical. The person who would inherit the throne in the future was not decided by the emperor, but according to something called Xian Nu Lu Ren Book. Lu Hao would rather believe that Ji Xingxuan had told him a big lie to save her life. But after he calmed down and thought about it, he actually felt that her words were somewhat believable. From afar, the successive heirs were not all the legitimate sons of the empress. For example, before his father, Emperor Zhao Qing, entered the Eastern Palace, the former Empress Dowager was just one of the many concubines of the previous emperor. Because she had 2 sons and a daughter, she was given the title of Xian Fei. Lu Hao knew a little about the grievances of the previous generation. Of his imperial uncles who had either died of illness or been exiled far away, there were many who were more capable than his father, but the throne had fallen onto his father's head. This was thought-provoking. Looking closely, Fu Wang was middle-aged and his health was deteriorating. The empress did not have an heir, but he was still unwilling to choose a successor from the group of princes. Even when the imperial study was filled with memorials for the position of crown prince, he was not moved. What was he waiting for? Ji Xingxuan was vague and only said that the Xian Nu Lu Ren book would show who the next emperor would be. But she could not explain why, so this left room for Lu Hao's imagination. If what she said was true, then the reason why Father Emperor was hesitant to make a decision was because the successor in the Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren was different from what he had in mind. Or was it because something else had happened that caused them to not be sure of the successor? Lu Hao felt that Ji Xingxuan did not have the guts to lie to him about this kind of matter because she was afraid of death. So she had some reservations and did not tell him everything, such as who the father of the child was. For example, her mysterious master. But it didn't matter. She wanted to turn over a new leaf and wanted to keep her child. These were enough for him to crush her pulse. Lu Hao thought. He was going to let her live, as well as that vile spawn, until the mother and son no longer had any value in living. Walking past the darkest corner of Ning Wang Fu, the front was brightly lit. Without realizing it, Lu Hao came to Ning Wang Fei's yard. Seeing the young woman hurrying out to welcome him, his gaze passed over her delicate features. He gave a smile and reached out to help her up. "Have you had your dinner? Would you like to join me?" he asked in a pleasant tone. It was rare for Ning Wang Fei to receive a smile from him. She was overwhelmed by the favor and entered the room hand in hand with him. But very quickly, she knew that Ning Wang's expression was good. It wasn't for free. After this meal, Ning Wang Fu would have a concubine called Ru Wei, and the son she bore for Ning Wang. Celestial Commissioner. Early in the morning at Taishi Tower, Jing Chen came looking for him. The Great Commissioner was holding a cup of morning tea as he listened to his request. He was very surprised. "You want to see that suspect?" Jing Chen nodded. "Even though I dreamed that that person was related to me being plotted against, but I don't remember the entire process. I want to see him and maybe I can remember more details. If it is convenient, when you interrogate him, I want to sit in." His reason was impeccable. The Great Commissioner didn't refuse. He thought and agreed. "You can go back first, come back after 5. The suspect was locked up in a secret place. During the day, there were many eyes on the Celestial Commissioner. It wasn't convenient for him to take Jing Chen out, so he had to wait until after sunset. It was still early. When Jing Chen left Taishi Tower, he went back to Kunling Bureau and gave Yu Shu an answer. The Great Commissioner agreed to take me there tonight. Yu Shu was slightly reassured and thanked him. It's all thanks to you being willing to help. I'll tell you after I see that person. Jing Chen stayed at Kunling Bureau for the whole morning. He pretended to be in front of outsiders so that they wouldn't think that he came specially to see Yu Shu. After he left, Yu Shu absent-mindedly read the latest official marriage documents. Wen Xiao and went to LoveLore Library to report. The room was unusually quiet with one less person. She stayed up the whole afternoon. When it was time, she packed her things and left with the guards. She didn't expect that there was someone waiting outside the Celestial Commissioner's door. Lotus Room. Someone shouted. Yu Shu turned around and saw a person leading a tall horse towards her. The person took off the bamboo hat covering her face and revealed a bright and beautiful face. It was Jiang Mia. This was the first time the two met after Duchess Wei's birthday banquet. Yu Shu was angry because Jiang Mia had listed her as part of Princess Dongjing's backup army without saying anything. Now, she silently watched as the person walked in front of her. Lu Hong and Su Qing recognized this Princess Chun Wei of Duke Dongjing's residence. Seeing that Yu Shu didn't say anything, they lowered their heads. Although they didn't bow, they didn't lose their respect. I waited for you for a long time. Jiang Mia started complaining. If there was no concubine selection, Yu Shu would definitely welcome her with a smile and tease her. But now, she just wanted to know why she came looking for her. Princess, why are you looking for me? Jiang Mia heard her unfamiliar and polite way of addressing her. She raised her thick eyebrows and said, "Are you complaining about me?" After the banquet at Duke Dongjing's residence, Shui Rui found her and told her not to have any ideas about Yu Shu. Because of this, the two of them had a falling out. Jiang Mia was already in a bad mood. Now that she saw Yu Shu's attitude towards her, she became even more unhappy. Princess, what did you do to make me complain about you? Yu Shu countered with a question. She turned around and walked to the other side with the two guards. She didn't ride a horse today and the palanquin was parked at the corner of the street. Jiang Mia gritted her teeth and pulled the reins to follow. I won't talk about the past. Let me ask you, where did Shui Dalong go? Do you know that something happened to his residence? Yu Shu turned around and looked at her. She thought that Jiang Mia had heard that the Yulin royal guards went to the Shui family to capture someone. Since they couldn't find Shui Rui, they came to find her to ask for him. Presumably, the news of Shui Rui's disappearance hadn't reached the Supreme Court yet. Are you talking about the Shui family servant being captured? I also heard about it. Yes. Jiang Mia answered impatiently. She asked again, since you know, why don't you tell me where he went? Yu Shu said unhurriedly, why are you so flustered? The one who was captured is his family's servant. What's the big deal? Jiang Mia snorted coldly and looked at her, what do you know? The one who was captured is a chief steward of the Shui family. He is a wanted criminal on the imperial list. I don't know what heinous crime that bastard committed. I'm afraid that his whole family will be involved. Then she frowned again, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Quickly tell me, do you know where Shui Dalong is? Oh, I don't know. Yu Shu shrugged. When Jiang Mia heard this, she fiercely glared at her. Then, she turned around and mounted her horse, galloping away. Yu Shu looked in the direction that Jiang Mia left and slowly frowned. She didn't tell Jiang Mia that he went to Fenghua Palace to investigate. It wasn't out of selfishness, but because she was worried that Jiang Mia would impulsively go to Fenghua Palace to find him. This matter was already chaotic enough. If someone from the Prince of Dongjing got involved, it would only add fuel to the fire. She pinched the space between her brows and sighed. Big brother, where are you now? Chapter 7:16. I want you to help me change my appearance and move out of this ghastly place. Let me become your Shirchie, and together with my child, appear openly in front of people. Lu Hao wasn't very surprised that Ji Xingxuan had made such a request. You still make it difficult for me, he shook his head. That day, I rescued you from the heavenly prison and saved the lives of you and your child. You still haven't repaid me and now you're talking terms with me. Do you really think that I have the heart of a Buddha? Whether she lived or died, it was all up to him. If she thought that she could toy with him in the palm of her hand, then she was gravely mistaken. Looking into Lu Hao's mocking eyes, Ji Xingxuan's heart was in turmoil. She knew that he didn't have the slightest bit of affection for her. If she continued to bluff, she might end up making a fool of herself. After a moment of hesitation, she lowered her pale neck to show her weakness. Does Wang Yi remember that last October, there was a murder case in Taisha Shu Yuan? The person who died was the daughter of the Xia Jiang family, Xia Jiangying. Lu Hao had a vague impression, but he didn't know why Ji Xingxuan would suddenly bring up such an unrelated matter. Afterwards, the emperor decreed a marriage. The deceased Xia Jiangying's younger sister, Xia Jiangmin, was married to the 9th prince as his fei. She is now Jing Wang Fei. Lu Hao's eyes flashed. He was interested to continue listening. I was good friends with Xia Jiangying when she was alive. The night before her death, she suggested to switch rooms with me. She slept in my room and told me to go home. When I asked for the reason, she told me that her younger sister, Xia Jiangmin, had a nightmare. She dreamed that a thief had broken into her room. At the time, when the Diyuan examination was approaching, Xia Jiangying was full of ambition. She clearly received a warning but didn't care. She didn't want to go back to Xia Zhang's guest house to avoid the disaster. Instead, she wanted to switch rooms with her. She thought that this way, they would be safe. Who knew that the heavens would play tricks on people and she died a violent death? Then did you switch rooms with her? Lu Hao asked. Seeing Ji Xingxuan nod, his expression became subtle. Actually, that night, the murderer wanted to kill me. But because Xia Jiangying moved to my room, she was the one who died. When Ji Xingxuan said these words, she did not look at Lu Hao's face. Her eyes hid the inherent coldness. When she talked about the death of her close friend, she did not feel guilty. It was because she had experienced too many trials and tribulations that she did not care about life and death. However, she cherished her life because she had lost almost everything. If she lost her life, she would not be willing. She wanted to live and see what would happen to her enemies in the future. How did you know that the murderer originally wanted to kill you? Lu Hao caught the key point. Ji Xingxuan looked up at him. Because I knew earlier than Xia Jiangying that someone wanted to kill me. I agreed to exchange rooms with her to save my life. Lu Hao was puzzled. You knew. Ji Xingxuan nodded and looked into his eyes. Her voice was low and solemn, unlike her previous understatement. I have a teacher who has the ability to decide death, she said. Lu Hao was stunned for a moment. Then, surprise appeared on his face. His train of thought changed and he asked, Your master? Is he the old immortal who taught Yu Lianfang the death judgment? It was no wonder that he would think of Yu Shu. Yu Shu was famous in the capital. When the death judgment was mentioned, the first person that people would think of was Messenger Miaoling. Moreover, he remembered that Ji Xingxuan said that she had a master when she was in Yiyang. It was the immortal who taught Yu Shu the 6 lines technique. No, Ji Xingxuan denied Lu Hao's guess. My master is someone else. Who? Lu Hao was slightly impatient. If there really was such an expert, he had to recruit him to Ning Wangfu. Ji Xingxuan saw through his thoughts. Her eyes flashed with mockery. She didn't answer Lu Hao's question. Instead, she looked far away and looked behind him. She told him a story that no one knew about. In the 9th year of Zhaoqing, I was 12. My grandfather was promoted to the right judge of the Celestial Commissioner and took me to Jing. The Ji family was one of the top aristocratic families in Yang City. Once they entered Jing, they were not worth mentioning. There were 12 prestigious families in Anling City and countless children. Ji Xingxuan was young and not famous. Ji Huaishan took her to various houses. What she received in private was not kindness and friendliness, but contempt and isolation. Because she was born with an apparition, her fate was precious. Her grandfather had high hopes for her and arranged for her to participate in the Great Yen examination the following year in order to fight for a place in the LoveLore Library for her. In the 10th year of Zhaoqing, she passed the astrology exam in the Great Yen examination and became a master. That year, she was only 13. Everyone around her praised her and said that Ji Huaishan had a successor. She had become talented at a young age and was naturally proud. She had finally entered the LoveLore Library, but reality had given her a loud slap in the face. She was far from being the most outstanding one. There were many more talented and intelligent than her. There were many who had a better background and were smarter than her. She became an unremarkable female student. She was not willing to be mediocre, but there was nothing she could do. The Ji family had only been a prestigious family for 3 generations. Compared to those prestigious families that had been established for hundreds of years, it was not enough. Without the rare family teachings, without the guidance of a respected elder, she could only be ordinary. Now that she thought about it, she did not know whether it was a blessing or a misfortune. That day, she walked into a shop on Qinyuan Street and met her future master. He was an elder of mysterious origin who made her respect and fear him. He enlightened her, taught her strange skills, and told her about the complicated relationship between the prestigious families in the capital. He made her stand out in the LoveLore Library, where there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Gradually, she became friends with princesses and princes and finally broke away from the ordinary. Every time I meet my master, he always covers his face. Otherwise, there will be a curtain covering his face and it will be difficult to see his true appearance. I still do not know his name, so your highness does not need to pursue it. If he does not want to show himself, you will not be able to find him. Lu Hao was already moved. How could he give up the idea just because of a few words from her? He no longer wanted to investigate the master who knew the death sentence technique. So he asked her in a roundabout way, "So, on the day of the murder in the LoveLore Library, it was he who told you that someone wanted to kill you? That was why you deliberately exchanged rooms with Xia Jiangying and let her die in your place?" His words were straightforward and sharp, but Ji Xingxuan was not moved. She calmly told him another secret: there is Wen Chen in the north and Xia Jiang in the south. Wen Chen's family is famous for their word prediction technique, and Xia Jiang's family has the ability to interpret dreams. I have heard from Xia Jiangying that her sister, Xia Jiangmin, is gifted and often dreams of people's deaths. Because most of the people in her dreams are strangers, it is useless. A few days before the murder, she specially came to warn Xia Jiangying not to spend the night in the LoveLore Library. Xia Jiangying listened to her and then proposed to exchange rooms with me. She chose to die in my place. This is her fate. She was destined to die. I was just going with the flow. How could I have done it intentionally? After listening to her explanation, Lu Hao smiled coldly and said, "Why did you have to completely cover yourself? Since you knew that there was a disaster, you could have stopped her from taking the risk. However, you stayed out of it. It was clearly a scheme. Someone wanted to kill you. If you did not succeed that night, there would be a next time. However, Xia Jiangying died and the matter was blown up. The Supreme Court was involved in this murder. In order not to expose themselves, the murderer did not dare to attack you again. You escaped and escaped from danger. It was a clever move that killed two birds with one stone, wasn't it? At this point, he had already seen through this little girl's heart of stone. You can say whatever you want. Ji Xingxuan spoke in a low voice. She lowered her head again. Xia Jiangying's tragic death. Whether or not she felt any guilt, only she knew. The secret you want to tell me, is that all? Lu Hao slowly shook his head. This is not enough for me to agree to your conditions. Ji Xingxuan's head was still lowered, but her eyelids moved. She looked at Lu Hao with a strange gaze. She gave a strange laugh. This is just a preamble. The real secret I want to tell Wang Yi, I have not said it. Hearing this, Lu Hao's mind shook. He couldn't help sitting up straight. He heard her say, "Why does Wang Yi think that I have fallen to such a state?" Her family had been destroyed. Her future and reputation had been ruined. She had lost her innocence. She had barely managed to keep her life, but she had become a fish on someone's chopping block. She had been imprisoned in this deep courtyard, unable to see the light of day. Lu Hao frowned. He pointed out bluntly, if you hadn't provoked that Yu Lianfang, not only did you fail to harm her, but you were also plotted against by her. Perhaps you would still be a glorious hideous Grady master. As he said this, he couldn't help but feel angry. He had once tried every possible way to obtain this woman in front of him. Who knew that today, she had given birth to someone else's vile spawn? Ji Xingxuan did not know what Lu Hao was thinking, but hearing the ridicule in his words, saying that she had overestimated her abilities and provoked Yu Shu, resulting in her current sorry state, her face couldn't help but turn cold. She silently told herself not to argue with him. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. If I hadn't listened to Shifu's orders and failed to do my job properly, how could I have been caught and ended up like this? What do you mean? In the 4th month of this year, there was another murder case in LoveLore Library. The daughter of the Chao family was hanged to death on the stargazing platform. On the eve of the murder, it was indeed me who used the name of the Daoist to lure Chao Yiling to the stargazing platform at night. Ji Xingxuan coldly confessed her crime. She had imitated Jing Chen's handwriting and placed the note in Chao Yiling's book. She knew that Chao Yiling admired Jing Chen and would definitely keep the appointment. Who knew that she hadn't been discreet enough and had been witnessed by Qin Yuero? Later, when 9th Prince Lu Tan held a banquet in Xian Chun Garden, Qin Yuero confronted her by the lake. Xan Lu eavesdropped on them and chased them to the balcony. Qin Yuero got into an argument and accidentally pushed her down the stairs. Just as they were about to kill each other, Yu Shu arrived and saved Xan Lu. The two of them accused her of murdering Qin Yuero, causing her to be thrown into prison once again. So you're saying that you were incited by your Shifu to harm the young lady of the Chao family? That's why in prison, you would rather be tortured than confess to him. Is that right? Lu Hao thought that this woman was cold by nature, but she was dead set on her Shifu. It's not that I didn't want to, it's that I couldn't. Only by clenching my teeth would I have a chance at survival. If I told you, only death awaited me. It was unknown what Ji Xingxuan was thinking, but Lu Hao saw her shoulders tremble as if she was shivering. Why did your Shifu want to kill the young lady of the Chao family? Was it just to frame Jing Chen? He couldn't understand why Ji Xingxuan's Shifu would be involved with Jing Chen. Perhaps. Ji Xingxuan was absent-minded. Her thoughts were stuck on what happened just now. Humph. Lu Hao snorted in dissatisfaction. This caused her to return to her senses. She raised her eyes to look at him and licked her dry lips. Previously, giving birth had consumed all of her strength. If she didn't drink a bowl of ginseng soup, she wouldn't have the energy to deal with him. How does Wang Ye think Ardaan's crown prince is chosen? Lu Hao didn't have enough patience. His heart was still full of questions, but he was stopped by her question. His ambition for the throne wasn't just 1 or 2 days ago. He had a deep thought in his mind. He opened his mouth and said, "Those who are capable will take the throne." Who knew that when Ji Xingxuan heard his words, she actually laughed. Without waiting for him to get angry, she said, "I'll tell Wang Ye a secret now. Come closer, I'll whisper it to you." Although Lu Hao was on guard against her, he wasn't afraid of a weak woman. He hesitated for a moment, then got up and walked forward. He didn't sit on the bed. Instead, he stood at the head of her bed and bent down. Then, he heard her weak breath. She said, "The celestial commissioner of the past dynasties has given advice. He has one of the 6 tools for the founding of the country, the Book of Mystery Maiden. Who will be the next emperor?" Chapter 717. The news of Shui Rui's disappearance in Fenghuafu first spread to the judicial office and then to the ears of some people. Some people were worried and some people rejoiced in other people's misfortune. In just a short span of 2 to 3 days, it had attracted a lot of speculation. Thinking of the imperial court's wanted criminal on the imperial bulletin, it directly pushed the Shui family to the heart of the struggle. The fastest rumor that spread privately was that the Shui family had committed a major crime and knew that things were bad, so they let Shui Rui escape first to protect this branch of the family. When Yu Shu heard these rumors, she thought that it was someone who was creating trouble. Who didn't want the Shui family to have an easy time and wanted to fish in troubled waters? It was obvious that Ning Wang would not let go of this good opportunity to hit them when they were down. That afternoon, when Yu Shu was resting at Kunlingju, someone came to visit and handed over an invitation. It was Prince Jing, Lu Tan, inviting her to meet at Wang Ji Lu tonight. Yu Shu agreed. When she finished her work that day, she returned to the Fu to change her clothes and hurried to Wang Ji Lu. When she arrived there, Lu Tan was not the only one who was waiting for her. Lu Jiong, Feng Xiaomiao, Qi Mingxiu, Rui Lin, these few young masters who usually addressed Shui Rui as brothers were all here. As soon as she entered the door, they all stood up in unison. A room full of men, staring at a young girl like a tiger watching its prey. It was fortunate that Yu Shu wasn't an ordinary young girl, otherwise she would have been scared out of her wits. "Lianfeng, do you know where Rui Ji has gone?" Feng Xiaomiao was the most anxious and asked before Lu Tan could open his mouth. Yu Shu looked around at the people and saw that they all had worried expressions. She muttered to herself before saying, "About 7 days ago, the imperial bulletin was posted in Jing. I knew that a steward of the Shui family was captured and sent to the judicial office, so I went to the Yamen to find him. When I got there, I heard that my eldest brother had gone to Fenghuafu to handle a case. In the end, early this morning, I heard the news that he had gone missing." Feng Xiaomiao gave an "ah" in disappointment, "So you don't know either." He believed Yu Shu's words, but some people didn't. "Miss Lotus Room, since you know something happened to the Shui family, you must know how serious the situation is. We are not outsiders. We are all here to help. I hope you can tell us the truth. Do you really not know where Brother Rui is?" The person who questioned him was the heir of the Zhongyong Count, Rui Lin. It seemed that they were worried for Shui Rui, but Yu Shu could tell that they did not believe that Shui Rui would disappear for no reason. They probably thought that he had escaped. Yu Shu was not convinced by his words. She shook her head and said, "I really don't know. It's not that I don't want to tell you." As she spoke, she looked at Lu Tan. In this room, his status was the most important. His words had the most weight. Before she came, she thought that Lu Tan was looking for her to inquire about the disappearance of Shui Rui. But when she saw the people he brought, she felt that it was not the case. Lu Tan met Yu Shu's eyes and paused for a moment. Then he asked, "Did you meet cousin before he left the capital?" "He left in a hurry and didn't say goodbye to me." Hearing her words, everyone frowned at the same time. Feng Zhaomiao couldn't calm down and muttered anxiously, "What should we do now? I don't know where Brother Rui is. The rumors outside seem to be true. It's hard to explain. As long as he doesn't come back, the rumors will become more and more intense. Sooner or later, it will reach the ears of the emperor." Yu Shu heard every word. She only felt that in this room of people, there was only one person who was really worried about Shui Rui. The only person who was really worried about Shui Rui and didn't consider her own safety was Feng Zhaomiao. One couldn't blame her for having a vile heart. The Shui family was Lu Tan's maternal family. Once the building was in danger, Lu Tan's first worry was his own future. Lu Jiong was the heir of Xiang Wangfu. His mother, Xiang Wangfei, was the same as noble consort Shui. She was Shui Rui's biological aunt. If something happened to the Shui family, they would be affected more or less. Ruilin and Qi Mingxiu were left. One was from the Empress's maternal family, and the other was from an unrelated Grand Secretary's mansion. They were probably here to inquire about the news. Yu Shu had always been very vigilant. She refused to let them get information from her. Instead, she asked Lu Tan. The Shui family was taken to the Supreme Court for many days. Did Wang Ye find out why? Lu Tan sighed. "I sent someone to the Supreme Court on the day of the incident. But the news was too tight. I only heard that the criminal was taken away the next day. Imperial Father ordered a private trial and no one was allowed to interfere." Yu Shu was very clear in her heart, but she pretended to be ignorant. "I heard a rumor that the criminal taken away from the Shui family was involved in a case of rebellion." Lu Jiong, Feng Zhaomiao, and the others' faces changed. They heard Lu Tan snorted coldly. "What case of rebellion? It's just someone spreading rumors. The Shui family has been loyal for generations. Why would they seek death for no reason?" Yu Shu saw that he was angry and said awkwardly, "It's my slip of the tongue. Please forgive me, Wang Ye." Lu Tan didn't want to vent his anger on her. Seeing that she couldn't help, he politely asked her to leave. After Yu Shu left, Feng Zhaomiao and the others immediately gathered around and discussed with Lu Tan what to do next. No matter what they thought in their hearts, they were Shui Rui's good brothers on the surface. How could they just stand by and watch? Yu Shu came down from the second floor. As soon as she reached the corridor, shopkeeper Lin, who was standing under the Chuehua gate in the backyard, ran up to her. "Mississippi." Yu Shu looked up at the upstairs and retreated to the staircase to talk with him. This lowly one just heard that young master disappeared. What should we do? This lowly one's knowledge is limited. Can you give me some ideas? Lin Fu and the servants of Wang Ji Lu were Shui Rui's subordinates. They didn't have much relationship with the Shui family. So, in their eyes, the big disaster of a wanted criminal in the Shui family was not as scary as the disappearance of Shui Rui. What are you panicking about? Big brother disappeared. Someone will go and find him. Even if you panic, you can't help. Don't worry. I have already divined his safety. No one will harm him. Yu Shu patted his shoulder and said in a relaxed tone, "Tell everyone to do what you should do. If something happens, I will be there." Yes, Lin Fu agreed. Although he was nervous, his trust in Yu Shu gave him a backbone again. "Are you going back now?" This lowly one asked the kitchen to pack some fresh food for you to take away. Please wait. Lin Fu's body was fat, but his footsteps were like the wind. He ran into the kitchen and came out with a 3-tiered lunchbox. It was only a short while, but in that short while, someone chased after him from upstairs. "Miss you." Second young Master Chi had a refined appearance and was gentle and polite. Yushu couldn't think of what he wanted to say to her in private. "Is there anything else?" Chi Mingxiu was embarrassed for a moment. He lowered his head and asked softly, "Have you seen Miss Situ recently?" Yushu was a little slow to realize that the Miss Situ he mentioned was Situ Qinglan. She vaguely remembered that Chi Mingxiu and Situ Qinglan met at the Hibiscus Gentlemen's Banquet a few months ago. "I saw her at Taisha Shuyuan a few days ago." She observed Chi Mingxiu's expression and more or less guessed something. "Is she all right?" Yushu didn't know how to answer. She shook her head and asked, "If young Master Chi has something to say, why don't you go to Taisha Shuyuan and ask her yourself?" It was better to openly interact like this than to sneak around and ask around. Chi Mingxiu's eyes darkened, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If he could see Situ Qinglan, why would he bother to ask Yushu? Every time he found a chance to go to Taisha Shuyuan to look for her, she would intentionally or unintentionally avoid him, so he couldn't figure out her thoughts and whether she was the same as him. Yushu saw that he was silent, and she understood that she shouldn't ask about it. She turned around and saw Lin Fu coming out with a 3-layer high food box. She hurriedly said goodbye to him, "I'll go first. See you another day." Chi Mingxiu didn't stop her. After she left, he stood alone at the stairs for a while, and then went upstairs. Lin Fu sent Yushu to the side of the sedan. Before she left, she didn't forget to tell him, "Take good care of the masters behind. Provide them with good food and drinks. If anything happens, send someone to Baochang Street to find me." It was not difficult to guess what Lu Tan was planning. It was nothing more than taking the opportunity of Shui Rui's accident to win over the people around Shui Rui. Lu Tan didn't think that the Shui family would be involved in the rebellion, and he didn't know that a disaster was coming. So he didn't forget to make his own calculations at this critical moment. It was not the first time that she noticed that Lu Tan had a tendency to be heartless. But this time, she was bitterly disappointed. For example, when she found out that Shui Rui had gone missing, her first reaction was that she was afraid that he had been killed. However, what Lu Tan was worried about was obviously the negative effects brought about by Shui Rui's disappearance. Yushu didn't comment on what was wrong with Lu Tan's attitude. But, she hesitated when she thought that she had to help such a person fight for the throne and help him ascend to the throne. P.S. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.